So I think we have everyone. It's 9:02. So why don't we go ahead and call the Friday, September 25, 2020 Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see everyone. I sure wish we were in person, but since we can't be, we'll be here by Zoom. Megan, can you please call to or do the, oh, I'm sorry, let me back up. We need to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Rogers, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, good morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Megan, will you please do a roll call of commissioners?
Chairwoman East,
Here.
Commissioner Almberg, Vice Chair Barnes,
Here.
Commissioner Cavilla,
Here.
Commissioner Hubbs, Commissioner Keel,
Here.
Commissioner McNint,
Here.
Commissioner Perini,
Here.
Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Thank you so much, Megan. And can we please get the county advisory boards to manage wildlife to just let us know that you're here by, I believe we can take that in the chat box, correct? Yes, okay, super. So moving on to agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda, Chairwoman East, for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Do I have any comments on the agenda? Seeing none, do I have an approval of the agenda? Motion to approve.
As Commissioner Rogers, I would make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the August 14 meeting.
Actually, we're on agenda item number 2, Commissioner Rogers, the approval of the agenda.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, I'd make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Was that Commissioner Vice Chairman Barnes? Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Rogers and a second from Vice Chairman Barnes to approve the agenda. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Approval of minutes, Chairwoman East, for possible action. Commission meeting minutes from the August 14, 2020 meeting. I just had one spot on the meeting minutes, and then we'll see if anybody else has anything. On page 2, where it says under item number 2, it says Commissioner Barnes nominated Vice Chairwoman East. I think we should have his name listed correctly as Barnes. And that was all I saw. Anyone else have any changes to the minutes from last meeting? Okay, seeing none, this is an action item. Do we need to take this out to public comment? Where's Craig? Okay, I'm not hearing that we do. So do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes with the reflected change? I'll make that motion. I move to approve the minutes as presented by the department with the change to item number 2, spelling Commissioner Barnes' name correctly. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Chairwoman East and a second by Commissioner Almberg. All those raise your hand. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item number 4, member items, announcements, and correspondence, Chairwoman East informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since their last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. Does anyone have any correspondence they'd like to mention? Seeing none, Secretary Wasley, do you have anything for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 emails that I believe were just recently forwarded to the commission. Both emails made reference to some recent action in Washington State pertaining to wildlife contests. And in addition to that, one of those 2 emails also referenced the black bear hunt, and all commissioners should have those emails in your possession.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything? Nope, okay. Item number 5, agenda item number 5, county advisory boards to manage wildlife, member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items by emailing wildlifecommission@ndow.org. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Have we received anything, Megan, from any of the county advisory boards?
Not at the moment, just that Steve Robinson is present and watching.
Oh, okay, super. Thank you for letting us know. Okay. We'll dive right in then. Agenda item number 6, commission regulations
I just
for
wanted
possible
to-
action.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, I am forwarding. I wanted to interject, but my computer was lagging behind Chairwoman East, and so I'm sending over some correspondence that I received to Megan to put on record regarding the black bear hunt.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And if you'll get that to Megan, she can get that out to everyone. Okay, super. Anybody else have anything to share? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 6. And I'll try to give more time so that if we're having delays or anything that we take care of everybody. Agenda item number 6, commission regulations for possible action or adoption, public comment allowed. Commission Regulation 20-01, Amendment Number 1, Fishing Seasons and Regulations for January 1, 2020 through December 31, 2021. Fisheries Division Administrator John Schoberg for possible action. The commission will consider amending Commission Regulation 20-01 to remove the fishing season closure and modify the harvest limits for mountain whitefish and warm water game fish other than black bass for Topaz Lake in Douglas County, to modify the game fish harvest limit for Lake Tahoe and tributaries in Douglas, Carson City, and Washoe counties, to remove the reference to Mackinac or lake trout, and to adopt a limit of 3 game fish for Seeman Pond in Douglas County. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address, wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Please, before reconvening the meeting, public comment will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Mr. Schoberg, good morning.
Good morning. For the record, John Schoberg, Fisheries Division Administrator, Department of Wildlife. Chairwoman East and Commissioners, I will provide a PowerPoint summary of the proposed changes, or excuse me, Amendment Number 1 to Commission Regulation 20-1 with some explanation. This is also provided for you in a commission memo that's part of the support material. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Bear with me. Okay. Can you see the PowerPoint?
We can now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry, it works a little differently. Here we go. So in summary, and this actually came out of the commission memo, which Chairwoman East already provided. This amendment is to remove the seasonal closure and modify the harvest limit for certain species in Topaz Lake and Douglas County. Remove the nested harvest limit of 2 Mackinac for lake trout for Lake Tahoe in Douglas, Carson City and Washoe counties, and adopt a limit of 3 game fish for Seeman Pond in Douglas County. As background for this, the California Fish and Game Commission is in the process of adopting fishing regulation changes as part of their statewide regulation simplification process. And those changes affect the 2 bi-state waters that we have, Topaz Lake and Lake Tahoe. This was something they had started a couple of years ago. It got dropped, and then all of a sudden it came back again. We were a little out of the loop on this, but we're able to work with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and identify some changes that do affect us in this process. We are recommending adoption of those changes where they do have no negative impact on Nevada anglers or biological impact to our fisheries, and also to ensure regulatory consistency and remove any potential law enforcement conflicts on those bi-state waters for anglers. And then finally, Seeman Pond is a new urban fishing pond that's being developed in Douglas County that should be completed hopefully in early 2021. Topaz, to move on to Topaz Lake, the proposal is to remove the current seasonal fishing closure of October 1 through December 31, so that the regulation would now read open year around, and adjust the harvest limits for certain species to say 5 mountain whitefish and 25 warm water game fish, of which not more than 5 may be black bass. That change is to be consistent with current California regulations. That actually is a long-standing difference between our regulations and California's regulations that no one in either state had actually noticed. So that creates what's an error that's probably been in place for a number of years, an inconsistency. We believe removal of the seasonal fishing closure will have no biological impact, and it actually increases angler opportunity for harvest of warm water game fish, particularly smallmouth bass, during the fall months when the fishery is currently closed. Mountain whitefish are rare in Topaz Lake, and we anticipate no impact to angler harvest opportunities from a reduced harvest limit. They're rarely caught anyway. And warm water game fish other than black bass are not a major part of the fishery. We again see no biological impact from increasing the limit. This change does not affect the harvest limits for either trout or black bass. Those would remain the same. For Lake Tahoe, the proposal is to modify the harvest limit for Lake Tahoe and tributaries to just read 5 game fish. It currently reads 5 game fish, of which no more than 2 may be Mackinac or lake trout. We believe that removing that separate or nested 2 fish harvest limit for Mackinac will have no biological impact on the Mackinac population or the fishery. And potentially, this is a little hard to demonstrate at this point, but potentially it could actually enhance the fishery over time by encouraging removal of a fairly abundant population of smaller age class fish. So we really see no downside to this in terms of the Mackinac fishery. And it ensures regulatory consistency with California, and it reduces the potential for angler confusion. That movement away from nested limits is a standard approach California is taking on a number of waters statewide that include Lake Tahoe. Finally, Seeman Pond in Douglas County is a new urban fishing pond that's being constructed by the city of Minden. It may be a little hard to see. There's a map nested in here that shows you it's located north of US 395. Bentley, my arrow is sitting on the Bentley, Nevada distillery. That street there, that intersection, it's north from that location and a little bit east. It has been acquired by the city of Minden. They are in the process of constructing that urban pond with an associated park facility. What this will do is establish a season and harvest limit for that water as open year round during hours the park is open to public use with a limit of 3 game fish. That is consistent with urban fishing ponds around the state that are managed under that concept. As you can see here, we're really adding Seeman Pond to the list of other urban ponds in Douglas County. Finally, again, as I mentioned, it's consistent with other waters managed under an urban fisheries concept statewide. Without this change, the Douglas County general regulation would apply: 5 trout, 10 mountain whitefish, and 15 warm-water game fish, which is inconsistent with the intended management of that water. That concludes our proposed amendment number 1, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Schoberg?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I could, please.
Yes, Commissioner Perini.
Well, I was kind of interested more about Lake Tahoe as far as the Mackinac situation. And if I could give some kind of information that I've been dealt with for quite a while. Actually, way back in 1980s and also early 1990s, I was with the Douglas County Advisory Board and talked about Mackinac, because what had happened at that time, California wanted to remove that from 5 to 2. And at that time, I was kind of going, gee, I never thought that would ever happen. But there was some issues dealing, especially with California, is that there was too many, not enough Mackinac at that particular time. That's 30 years ago. That's 30 years ago. And what I'm a little concerned about after 30 years, I looked at how many guides are on Lake Tahoe. I think there's more than 13 guides. That means at that point is that the 2 Mackinac, plus some of the other ones, the other types of fish is fine. But with Mackinac, it's going to be encouraged to 5. Probably is. And I'm not too sure if you've heard any information from the guides, if that's really a good place to do that from 2 to 5. I don't know what they would like. That's a lot more energy for them and also more money, probably. I also wanted to mention too is how many boats are on Lake Tahoe. Way back in 1980s, there wasn't that many hard problems to go to Cave Rock and be able to bring your boat down there at the park relation. And you would then keep the boats on Lake Tahoe and there was a place to park. In this year, and also the last year before that, it takes you 1/4 of a mile to be able to get your truck and also bring your boat over there on Cave Rock. And then at that point, you have to take the truck and also the other item to bring over to US 50. And sometimes people had to walk 1/4 of a mile. Now, why I mention that is the numbers of boats on Lake Tahoe are a lot larger than there were even back in the 1980s. I'm a little concerned about that. I'm also a little bit was worrying about the fact I wonder what the guides really feel about that, if they even know about it. I also wanted to mention that sometimes California is changing quite a bit of things dealing with other fish. You know, for example, kokanee was one of the biggest ones that was a great thing at Lake Tahoe. That was brought into Lake Tahoe and people enjoyed that. People that would like to go fishing on that early in the morning. Sometimes up there, some of the creeks over in California are now blocked. Some of them dealing with animals that have actually keep it away from the water, going to certain locations so the fish can go up there with a kokanee with eggs. And that doesn't even happen anymore. I just want to show a little bit about that. I was just concerned about it. And I think that we're going to have more people that are going to be fishing. I think you're going to get more Mackinac. And I just don't know the accomplishment up or down with that. I don't know what else to say. I'm just, after 30 years, it's changed a lot now to 5. And I think there's some problems with that that maybe we could talk about.
Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Go ahead.
I'll go, I'm sorry, Tiffany. Chairwoman East. Generally, the public comment that we've gotten on this, both from the cabs and the guides, has been either positive or neutral. There hasn't seemed to be any concern about this. Again, one of the reasons we're doing this is to ensure that we're consistent with California regulation, which is the majority of the lake in terms of surface area. We don't have a great deal of data on Mackinac. It's not a species that we focus a lot of effort on. But I'm not aware of any indications that the Mackinac population is anything but stable or increasing. The general feedback we've gotten, and our rather informal analysis, is that we don't think this will really significantly increase harvest. We're just not, there's a lot of boats on Lake Tahoe, but in general, there hasn't been, the increase in fishing activity is not linear with that increase in boating activity. Angler numbers have probably been stable or declining a little over time, particularly in regards to Mackinac. So this is probably at worst a neutral effect. We haven't gotten any feedback from guides that are concerned about this, and I'm not aware of any that California has received.
Mrs. Chair, if I could say again, please.
Of course.
John, I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct in what I'm saying this is okay or not okay. I'm just looking at past history of what I've seen and how they moved it from 5 to 2. That was a big deal from California and from NDOW. I mean, it truly was. And 30 years is a long time. I know that there's more people on Lake Tahoe, as I mentioned to you, redundancy, than there was 30 years ago. And some of those fish were actually going down instead of going up. All I could ever say is I hope that we can keep above that and listen, or at least find out exactly how it's going up or down as every year goes by. Mm-hmm. Because I'd hate to see that going. And what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of people who love to fish. And when fish go way down, that means that we're kind of in a problem, aren't we? So I'm just saying to you is that if it works the way it is and it's fine, that's great. If not, I just would like to see people be able to make sure that we're not getting more fish that should be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Schoberg? Commissioner Hubbs?
I did have a couple questions. I was also wondering about the increase in Mackinac, and I think, I don't know too much about them, but I think they're larger lake trout. And just my question was, well, first of all, why were we increasing the number, which we kind of got to, but I also was wondering after Mr. Schoberg spoke, why did California increase? It sounds like, was California always at 5 and we were at 2, or did California actually increase? I was just trying to pound that out, the numbers for the Mackinac. I had, and we can get to that. I'm just going to go ahead since I've got my time right now. Another question I had in regard to Topaz Lake was the increase in the warm water game fish from 15 to 25. And my question is overall, are the temperatures, this is kind of loosely putting it together, but warm water fish, I'm assuming like warmer water. And I'm wondering if the temperatures are changing at Topaz and if we should be aware of that or if that's a concern. And then also I wanted to ask if we actually, as the state of Nevada, stock the whitefish. Because we're going to be decreasing the whitefish at Topaz, but I didn't know if that was a fish that we stocked. And those were my questions, those three.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. And I took some notes to partition those by question. Again, relative to Mackinac and Lake Tahoe, and I don't have Commissioner Perini's history in Northern Nevada, but it's a little hard sometimes to divine the decisions that have been made over time. I don't know why, I don't have the history of why there was a joint decision of the two states to reduce the Mackinac limit way back when. Again, all it's doing is removing that separate limit from Mackinac that's nested within the 5 game fish limit. So it's 5 game fish now, not 5 game fish of which only 2 may be Mackinac or lake trout. So it's, I don't know how that would affect potential harvest. It could increase harvest of Mackinac overall a little bit, but it's a little hard to, we don't think that would have any significant effect on the fishery and potentially could be helpful over time if it results in the harvest of what is probably an overabundance of smaller age class fish. But I don't know that anyone has an in-depth knowledge of that Mackinac fishery to say one way or the other, whether there's a benefit from the 2 fish limit or whether this change would create a significant effect one way or the other, to be really definitive. But generally speaking, looking at the dynamics of these large lake fisheries and how they're affected by this sort of thing, we don't believe there's going to be any detectable effect, and it's probably not going to change angler activity a whole lot. A lot of the Mackinac harvest is through guides. They may, they seem to have been generally in favor of this, and it may affect it in the sense that, how should I put this? That it may encourage, it may help with their customers. We have the opportunity to harvest another Mackinac or 2. But in general, we don't believe it's a biological effect that would even be detectable. In terms of Topaz, that is primarily a stock and grow trout fishery and a smallmouth bass, black bass fishery. There really isn't anything changing there in terms of the water quality characteristics. I mean, like a lot of waters in the West, it potentially we could see, long-term trends that increase temperatures. We don't see that as a significant effect on the fishery, at least in the foreseeable future. The primary reason for increasing that limit is to make it consistent with California. That was California's limit all along. Ours was 15, and nobody ever noticed. And one of the reasons why is that warm water fishery, other than black bass, is pretty insignificant. There's, I believe, some bullhead, there's some panfish in there, but they're not, as a rule, actively pursued by anglers. So it doesn't make a lot of difference. It doesn't make any biological difference, we think, and what it does is it makes the regulation consistent. So it's really just a cleanup. Like I said, other than black bass, warm water fish, which is just a category of basically everything except trout, we just want to be consistent with the California regulation that was already in place. Whitefish are not stocked anywhere in Nevada. We don't produce them. They're a native salmonid that is naturally reproducing in a lot of waters in northern Nevada. They primarily occur in West Walker River. So they will show up occasionally in Topaz Lake. They're, again, not a significant part of the fishery. I think that if anyone actually caught 10 whitefish at a time in Topaz Lake, they would probably get some sort of an award. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of the fishery. So reducing the limit to 5, again, makes it consistent with California and really has no effect on angler harvest because they rarely catch even 1 or 2.
Does that answer your questions, Commissioner Hubbs? Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Schoberg? Commissioner Almberg?
Yes, I was wondering if we knew like the percentage of use on those water resources, like California versus Nevada. Do we know who's the primary user?
Commissioner Holmberg, thank you. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I believe that probably the majority of the guide services are based in California. There are some in Nevada. I can't give you a strict breakdown of those numbers. But I don't know that it's an even split. I think it's probably weighted a little bit towards California anglers. But I could come up with the Nevada numbers, but I couldn't tell you what the numbers are for the California side. And of course, because it's a bi-state water, a license holder from either state, can use any part of the lake. So, I don't know the split. I would suspect it's weighted a little bit towards California, and more of the guide services are probably based in California than they are in Nevada.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions? Commissioner Keel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Schoberg, provided this amendment does get adopted today, when would it go into effect and how do we market these changes to the users, the anglers?
Yep, thank you, Commissioner Kyle. This would go into effect January 1, which is consistent with our modified license period that we started a couple of years ago, of January 1 through December 30, or excuse me, consistent with our new regulation cycle that we adopted a couple of years ago to put it on an annual basis. So it would go into effect January 1. One of the reasons we do this in September is that for any changes that are adopted by the commission, that gives us time to make sure that it's in the new regulation book for calendar year 2021. So those changes would be incorporated into the written regulations and also our online regulations. And then we will work through our conservation education division for information to anglers to make sure they're aware of those changes. So it would be in the calendar year 2021 regulation book, Angler Guide.
Perfect, thank you.
Anyone else have questions for Mr. Schoberg? He answered my questions, so I think I'm good. So if we don't have any further questions, we'll take this out for public comment. It is 9:35. We'll come back about 9:40. And please, Commissioner Hubbs? You're on mute, Commissioner Hubbs.
I hear you.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we received, and you probably did, Chairwoman East, but the CAP comment concerning the Truckee River.
I just saw that it had come through. Yes, I'll address it after we're done with this. Okay, so we'll come back at 9:40-ish. So if you have comment, please send that in to wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Thanks. Okay. It is 9:40 and we have no public comment on commission regulation fishing seasons, January 1, 2020 through December 31, 2020. Any further questions, or do I have a motion to approve? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to approve Commission Regulation 20-01 Amendment Number 1 as presented by the department.
Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Almberg. So I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Almberg to approve Commission Regulation 20-01 Amendment Number 1 Fishing Seasons and Regulations for January 1, 2020 through December 31, 2021. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Wait.
Any opposed? Commissioner Perini, are you opposed? Yes, okay. So the motion passes 8-1 with Commissioner Perini against. All right.
Chairwoman East, I
Perhaps?
actually oppose this motion too. I was trying to interject.
Okay,
My only concern was, I think that we should know better as to why we are, I'm in line with Commissioner Perini's concerns about not kind of knowing why we're increasing the Mackinac or the status really of the Mackinac, or why historically those numbers were taken down lower. So without that information, I would not feel comfortable supporting the motion as presented without further information. And I believe is this the first time this was introduced to us?
yeah, it's a season,
So, okay, so I was just
not a
going to say,
regulation.
right. So if we're going to go forward, that's fine, but I would probably not be in support of that without knowing this information.
Okay, thank you. Megan, would you please reflect that the motion passed 7-2 with Commissioners Hubbs and Perini in opposition? Thank you very much. Okay. I do want to go back because we do have a couple of cabs in attendance this morning. I have Steve Robinson from Washoe Cab and Glenn Bunch from Mineral Cab present. So thank you very much. We did receive a cab comment from earlier in the agenda, and I want to read that in at the moment right now before we move on. And it says, Chairwoman East and Commission, during our last 2 cab meetings, we have had considerable concern from residents about access to the Truckee River for fishing. The homeless camps along the river are preventing access to the river for anglers and is creating an unsafe environment for the anglers. It is also creating an environmental issue with raw human waste, litter, and pollution affecting the river's health. We are asking the Department for help with this issue and to look into what actions can be taken to restore the Truckee River for anglers. Thank you. And that's from Washoe Cab. And then I missed this. Brian Eller with NDOW Law Enforcement did let us know that we have about 6 to 8 guides on Tahoe. So I apologize. Sometimes this stuff comes in kind of delayed. So hopefully that didn't affect anyone's decision on the last agenda item. Okay, so moving on, agenda item number 7, Regulation Simplification Committee Report, Commissioner Tony Caviglia. Informational, a report will be provided to the committees on the committee's recent meeting held on September 10, 2020. Commissioner Caviglia? There he is.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we had the Regulation Simplification Committee meeting on September 10th. The committee members now are myself, Chairwoman East, Commissioner Perini, and Cab member Glenn Bunch sits on that committee now. I thought we had a productive meeting. The two ACs we discussed are the next 2 agenda items. We're gonna go over those. We had a fair bit of discussion on them. The committee recommended, we thought that NAC 501 was in a place to forward it to the LCB for review. 502, we thought needed some additional looking at. And again, we're gonna look at those here in a minute. And then we also had some discussion regarding future meetings and with the current COVID situation, and kind of wanting to, we kind of flip-flopped back and forth as far as having meetings with the public in attendance, but also trying to get through the list of regulations we want to go through. We thought we needed to continue having those meetings and not wait, because we don't know when we're going to have a meeting in person. So that's kind of the summary of it, a brief one. We're going to look at the two NACs next, so I don't know if I need to go into those any further at all.
I don't believe you do, and I'm getting a no nod from Ms. Taylor, so I think we're good. Thank you, Commissioner Caviglia. Any questions for Commissioner Caviglia? Otherwise, we'll dive into the NACs. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 8, Commission General Regulation Workshop, public comment allowed. Commission General Regulation 494 NAC 501 Simplification, Management Analyst Kaylee Taylor for possible action. The Commission will review the Regulation Simplification Committee's recommendations regarding language updates and simplification of Nevada Administrative Code NAC 501 relating to the Commission. Once the Commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, the public comments will be shared with the Commission prior to taking any action. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. As Commissioner Caviglia stated, the committee did extensively discuss these two regulations, and the committee did vote to approve CGR 494, which is discussing NAC 501, and then voted to continue working on CGR 495. But I did want to let you guys know the department still feels that CGR 494 NAC 501 needs to be worked on, and we're actually going to be meeting with the Deputy Attorney General next week to go over some of our concerns in this one. But I'll still walk you guys through the regulations just because I think that the most input we could get on these is for the best. And I would like to encourage the cabs to discuss these as well, especially if we're going to keep working on these two regulations. So I have a PowerPoint. Okay. So, I just broke these out literally section by section to make it easiest on you guys. And if you have any questions as I'm going through, let me know, but I'll try to take breaks as well to give you guys time to read them and ask questions. So starting with CGR 494, NAC 501.100. This is a simplification issue. And we're just taking out the mention of, of book, because the department maintains a file of comments on proposed federal actions and EIS statements. However, we don't maintain them in the form of a book anymore. So we're just simplifying that and updating it. Do you guys have any questions on this one?
I can't see everyone with the screen share, so.
I think Commissioner Alberg.
Okay, Commissioner Alberg.
Yeah, I just had a question from the public that was wanted to know that, but maybe you already answered that. If you're not containing it in a book, apparently it's electronic. So is the 2 years minimum record or the 2 years of maintaining that record any issue to keeping it longer? The comment was that other local entities that participate normally maintain them on file for longer than 2 years.
Yes, and I believe that our staff does too. I don't want to speak for them, but we keep records based on the state record retention schedule, and I don't have that information with me on hand, so I'm not sure what the records retention manual says about keeping EIS statements or anything. I'm assuming it's 2 years since it's in there, but our staff may keep them for longer. And yes, they are electronic records. So if someone were to request them, we could either send them to them electronically or print them out and give them to them that way if they wanted it in a printed version.
Okay, anybody else have questions for Ms. Taylor? Go ahead and just speak up because I can't see everyone.
Madam Chair, Dave McNinch.
Yes.
So Kaylee, is this an area where you just referenced the state record retention schedule? Copies will be maintained in accordance with state record retention schedule?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is correct.
Is that a change that we want to put in here?
Oh, I could talk to the Habitat Division about this since they maintain those copies. And then I'd have to check the records retention schedule to make sure that it is the 2 years. But since we are working on this, I can definitely look into that. And then if I think it should be added, I can bring that back to you guys next time, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think my suggestion would be that it would read something along the lines of, instead of referencing 2 years specifically, it would just state something along the lines of the copies will be maintained in accordance with the state record retention schedule.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions, so I'm gonna keep moving.
Okay, thank you.
So then we go into NAC 501.200, which is the demerit point schedule. And so this first change, you'll see it's on page 3. I'm sorry, I didn't number them, but we're removing this because for this violation, and there's other violations exempted by NRS 501.1812. And I put that NRS statement on this slide so that you guys can read it, but it's really involving section 3. It exempts, if you look in 3A, it exempts provisions of NRS 502.370, 502.390, 503.185, 503.310, or 504.295 to 504.398. So essentially NRS 501.1812 exempts these violations, which is why we need to remove it from this demerit schedule. And I'll go through the demerit schedule changes and then get questions on those.
Okay.
Another change to the demerit schedule, we're just taking on the right side, you can see we're crossing out commercial taking of crayfish except in accordance with the permit issued pursuant to NAC 503.540. And we're moving that into the permit section of the demerit schedule just because it is regarding the permit for commercial taking of crayfish and we didn't think it belonged in miscellaneous. This is another one that's exempted by NRS 501.182. And I'll go back there. You can, if you guys wanted to look at each of these exemptions, I could pull one up, for example, but each of these NRSs mentioned down here carry their own weight as far as any violations. And then this is just at the bottom of the demerit schedule. So it's technically page 8. It explains again why we've exempted those violations. In the current regulation, it says, except for violations of NRS 502.370, but it really should be this bottom box, except for violations of NRS 502.370, 502.390, 503.185, 503.10, or 504.295 to 504.398. And that was something we caught in the committee, but I didn't have time to update your support material before today. So it will be reflected when this comes back to you guys. Okay, so the next thing we're changing in NAC 501 is our grant program. And we're just updating this because as currently written, it specifically mentions money from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but now we get money from other federal agencies. The Coast Guard is just one example, but there's other ones as well. So we want to make sure it encompasses all federal grant money. And then that's it for NAC 501. So I'll take any questions on this one.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Taylor? Commissioner Hubbs?
I just wanted to go over, Ms. Taylor, the very first exemption. I was catching up with you, but it had to do with the unlawfully possessing live wildlife that is classified as prohibited, and you struck that out under unlawful possession. And I just wanted to get, again, the rationale for that.
So anything crossed out in this demerit schedule other than that crayfish permit is because they're exempted by NRS 501.1812. So at some point, someone went to the legislature and said they wanted to exempt these issues from our demerit schedule, and then we just never caught that up in NAC. But NRS 501.1812 does exempt these, and I can show you guys what that looks like. Just give me 1 second. I apologize. So just for example, I just pulled up one of the NACs that's exempted within that, and it's regarding mountain lion tags. But in that NAC, it gives law enforcement the ability to regulate that, and it's the same for anything else that we exempted. Law enforcement has the ability to regulate it, but it can't be on our demerit schedule. Oh, I apologize if I didn't share the screen. Sorry, there it is. Hard to get used to this, but yeah. So this is just one of them that's exempted in that NRS. But if you were to read it, it does give law enforcement the ability to still regulate it. Did I answer your question? Because if not, then I'll invite law enforcement to come in and and help that.
Commissioner Hubbs, you're on mute. Can you? Thank you.
So I'm looking and it's saying unlawful possession. So you're going to get a demerit here in our unlawful possession section if you're unlawfully possessing live wildlife that is classified as prohibited. I'm just saying, like, you're saying that there's exemptions, like you shouldn't get a demerit if you are possessing live wildlife that is classified as prohibited. It seems like you should be getting a demerit.
Yeah, I'm going to invite law enforcement to back me up on that.
Chief Maynard.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, we're not saying that it shouldn't get a demerit. We're just saying that the statute doesn't allow for it. So if NRS 501.1812 says you can't issue demerits for it, then we can. We can't do an action prohibited or not allowed by statute.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hubbs?
Well, why would we not want to give a demerit for that? It just incentivizes people to unlawfully possess live wildlife that is classified as prohibited without suffering any demerit points. I mean, probably, it's not a hunting. They're possessing live wildlife. So it's like, I guess, having like a tortoise or having like a mountain lion in your house, or I don't know what it means exactly, but so the demerits typically just go toward hunting. Is that the thought process? So like if you're hoarding wildlife in your house and it's live, you shouldn't be, you will be prosecuted in another way and not have your demerits for your hunting. Is that the thought process there? I'm just trying to understand that a bit more.
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record. Through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner Hubbs. Basically, it's most of the times when we've encountered, and this is anecdotal, people with prohibited species, they're not engaged necessarily in the act of hunting or fishing. They're, you know, somebody that has a cobra in their house or something which is prohibited, you know, and rarely does it have an immediate nexus to hunting or fishing. And these individuals typically are not the part of the population that is out doing that. They have other reasons for possessing those animals. The underscoring language here is that under Nevada revised statute, it says it's exempt. So in order for us to include it, the statute would need to be changed. Whether or not it's worthy of a demerit, I mean, personally, yeah, sure. But it's the statute, as we're reading this here, and the AG may feel free to, of course, jump in and weigh in on this, doesn't allow for that. So we're trying to be consistent with what is allowed by statute.
Commissioner Hubbs, you're on mute.
If you had a cobra, let's just go through the process. So if the warden came in and you had 3 cobras in your house, what is a typical process for that? I mean, it's probably not, you know, it's a public safety kind of violation to have cobras running around your house, but I'm just wondering what you would do as NDOW in regard to somebody like that, or if somebody had like you know, some type of endangered species harbored in their house or something of that nature. I'm just trying to understand what the remedy is there. So there's something.
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record, through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner Hubbs. Well, the circumstances often dictate what we end up doing in many cases, as with anything. And there is a difference between a prohibited species, such as a cobra, and an endangered species. And they're treated differently depending on what the animal is. Typically, if they have a dangerous animal that is prohibited under law, the animal is humanely euthanized, simply because there is no other reasonable recourse for dealing with it. And we would either cite or arrest the person depending on the level of violations and the severity of the conduct. And they would go to court and it would be handled through the court system. If the animal is an animal which is protected or endangered or something like that, obviously we would try and do everything we could to either get it back into the wild or in a facility to properly care for the animal if at all possible or reasonable.
Does that answer your questions, Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, that does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McNinch, did you have a question?
I don't know. I see Director Wasley might be wanting to speak, and maybe he can help clarify a little further. But I guess I'm just saying it, Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but bottom line is that there may not be opportunities to assess demerits to certain people because they don't have licenses or anything like that. So there's other remedies like civil or other criminal remedies that are put in place, fines or criminal citations, I guess. I don't know, for doing that stuff. Maybe that's what Commissioner Hubbs was kind of getting to, but that makes a little more sense now. And all that the NRS, from what I'm hearing, is doing is stating we're not going to issue demerit points. There's other ways to handle these things and get to a proper resolution and stop the illegal activity.
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard
Wasley.
for the record. Oh, I'm sorry, Tony.
Thanks, Commissioner McNinch. I appreciate what you said, and that's really what I was going to say is that just to clarify, when Commissioner Hubbs was trying to understand and she said, why wouldn't we want to? I just want to clarify, this has nothing to do with the department's desire to assess or not assess merits. What this is doing is bringing our demerit table in compliance with what we can and can't do statutorily, independent of the department, independent of department testimony. The Nevada State Legislature said that there are exemptions to certain things that were extant in our demerit table. And those things are prohibited. They're exempt, exempt from demerits. And so please don't misinterpret the removal of the demerits for possession of prohibited wildlife as the department's desire. It's really statutorily what we can and cannot do. And to expound a little bit on the scenario, whether it's cobras, whether it's endangered species, there are species that are protected by the federal government under Migratory Bird Treaty Act or Endangered Species Act, in which case the Department of Justice can come in and levy fines for take or possession. And so there's a myriad of other avenues. The demerit system is but one, and it's but one that the Nevada State Legislature has provided exemptions to us, providing demerits for people who are in possession of prohibited species.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there an NRS that was either updated or passed last legislative session with respect to possessing live wildlife and exotic animals? I thought we dealt with that last legislative session, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, but I don't believe that bill ever passed through the committee.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Ms. Taylor? Okay. Or Chief Maynard. Okay, seeing none, this is an action item. So we'll take it out for public comment. It is 10:07. Let's return at 10:15. Okay, can everybody come back? Take your seat, please. It's 10:15. We have one comment from Brian Eller with NDOW that says the NRSs that are listed in 1812 as accept deal, mainly with permits and have their own established regulations on enforcement and penalties. And then we had no other public comments. So I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion or further questions.
Chairwoman East, if you would like, I would make a motion to accept the Commission General Regulation 494 LCD file number RXXX as presented as is at this time.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve Commission General Regulation 494 NAC 501 from Commissioner Hubbs and a second by Commissioner Rogers. And I have a question from Vice Chairman Barnes. Go ahead.
Yes, I don't know if the maker of the motion would be acceptable, but I agree with Commissioner McNinch that at the beginning, instead of saying 2 years, we should have in accordance with the state's regulation. I would like to have that in there. If we could, if that's okay with the maker of the motion.
Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, of course, that would be okay. So I would like to go ahead and amend my motion, and I will go ahead and move again that we approve the Commission General Regulation 494 LCD file number RXXX with the change in that the copies will be maintained for whatever is appropriate for the state, as Commissioner McNinch mentioned in his prior comments.
Okay, and does the second agree?
Yes, Commissioner Rogers, I second that.
Okay, Commissioner Almberg.
Yeah, just one more, just a question to clarify. Is this an action item even? Or are we just, because the recommendation is that, we're okay with what was presented. Is that what I just want to clarify what exactly we're doing here.
Yeah, I believe it was okay, but Ms. Taylor did mention at the onset of this agenda item that they'd like to work with the DAG on some other items in this. So let's back up, and thank you for that reminder, Commissioner Almberg. Ms. Taylor, what would you like from us?
If you guys want to make a motion that you're okay with everything presented so far, then that's fine with me, with the knowledge that it will still probably come back to you guys with additional things, unless our meeting with the DAG says we're good to go.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table, and I think we'd be open to seeing additional changes if that's what's needed. Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hubbs to approve Commission Regulation 494 NAC 501 with the following change to number 1, that the copies will be maintained in accordance with the state record retention schedule. That was seconded by Commissioner Rogers. All those in favor say, or raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, opposed by Commissioner Barnes. Okay, so it's a motion passes 8-1 with Commissioner Barnes opposed.
I was in favor.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Oh.
It's so hard to do this, you
I thought I had
guys.
my hand up, but I was in favor.
Okay, I have to look at everybody. Like I said, I feel like the Brady Bunch mom. Okay.
He's got that
motion
jigs
passes.
delay. There's a little jigs delay there.
Adding some levity. I like it. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Agenda item 8B, Commission General Regulation 495, NAC 502, Simplification, Management Analyst Kaylee Taylor for possible action. The commission will review the Regulation Simplification Committee's recommendations regarding language updates and simplification of Nevada Administrative Code NAC 502 relating to licensing. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address, wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Ms. Taylor.
Okay. So as I said earlier, the committee did not vote to approve this and voted to continue working on it. And that's okay with the department as well. So this is a bigger undertaking than NAC 501. So I'll try to do this as slowly as possible and take questions along the way. So I'm going to share the PowerPoint again. Okay. So on the first page of this regulation, you see the definition for canned hunt. And that's an update from Ellie just because we've had some of these issues come up recently regarding fair chase. During the committee meeting, the committee discussed broadening this definition so as to include other big game mammals and to not solely limit it to mountain lions. Does anyone have any questions on the definition of a canned hunt? All right.
This Kaylee.
Yep.
I guess I don't have any questions as to the canned hunt, but is there another term that could be used besides canned hunt? I guess when I saw that, that was something that I had. Is there another term that could be used besides canned hunt, or is that what it is?
I'm not sure. That would be a law enforcement question, but I believe that's just the term for this kind of situation because I know that other states use the same term. But if Ellie has any more background information on that, I'd invite them to share also.
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard, for the record, through you, Madam Chairwoman, to the commission. I don't have any more information on it than that. It's typically a term that is used by others, and it's fairly commonplace, I guess. But I'm not really sure what other language you'd want to use. I don't think it'll functionally change anything. So.
Okay.
Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes, so my only question, I guess, about this canned hunt, regardless of how we describe it. So are we saying that basically if we tree a mountain lion and it's held up in a tree and it can't be released because I'm assuming like dogs will be down there, maybe another member, they were saying of the hunting party. It says a mountain lion cannot be released for the purpose of hunting or other purposes after previously been captured and confined or held for any length of a time. So I'm just trying to understand that a little bit better on this code. So we're saying it cannot be released for the purpose of hunting. I mean, don't they just shoot it in the tree? Am I missing something? Like, why would we release it? And what is that? I mean, tree, cornered, held at bay, I guess that could be like in a cage or something, where its ability to escape is otherwise restricted, like maybe, you know, in a gully with the dogs keeping it in there and it can't get out. So if it cannot be released for the purpose of hunting, are we just saying we release it and let it go? Or it says for other purposes. So then what do you do with the mountain lion after you subject it to that?
So there's really two parts to this definition. The first one is saying that if two people went out to hunt mountain lions, they found one and they treat it, and then they called their buddy who really had the tag to come shoot the lion because he was the one that had a tag. That's the first situation. That two members of a hunting party can't hold the lion in a tree until another person comes to get it. They all need to initially go out and take that lion. Well, the person who has the tag needs to take the lion and initially be part of that party. The second part of the definition is saying that a mountain lion cannot be released for the purposes of hunting, et cetera, et cetera. So an example of that would be a trapper who accidentally caught a mountain lion in their trap, but then decided to release it knowing that a buddy or they had a mountain lion tag, and they're shooting it as soon as it's released from the trap. That's holding the mountain lion essentially. But if Chief Maynard has any additional examples, or if I was wrong, then please correct me.
Chief Mike Maynard for the record, through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner Hubbs. No, that's actually pretty good paraphrasing of the definition and the reasons for each of those particular sections.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hubbs?
Right. So can you hear me? I just want to first make sure I'm going on and off. Okay.
We can now. You were garbled before, but I think we made out your comments. We were able to understand your comments, but it was a little bit garbled.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're talking about people who actually keep the mountain lion in an area where they can't be released, and you're saying we can't release it for a purpose of hunting or other purposes after being previously captured. So what are they to do with the mountain lion? I mean, if just let it go, I guess is that what you're trying to just say? It just seems like the last sentence to me is very ambiguous. I mean, if it's like you should let the mountain lion go, let's just say it. Like I would go more for the plain language versus it cannot be released, because cannot be released is like, oh, what do we do with it now? You know, I don't know. It's just, I'm more for telling the people what to do. Like if it is captured, treated, cornered, held at bay, maybe your dogs just do it. Maybe you're out on a walk and a mountain lion is held at bay. You know, you can't call your buddy who has a mountain lion tag, but you definitely know you can just release it and let it go and mind your own business. That's what it sounds like what we're trying to say here, but it doesn't come across that way. Like it leaves me to question, what do I do with this mountain lion that I treat?
If I may, Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record, through you, Chairwoman, to Commissioner Hubbs. This is a definition, and the reason we have it is we also have another regulation, 502-370, which goes more in depth into mountain lions and the processes by which you can interact with them and hunt them, et cetera. So we're trying to basically get a definition that covers a fairly reasonable amount of explanation as to what a canned hunt is, and go into it a little bit. The other regulation goes into it in more depth as to the certain circumstances. Again, the purpose for saying it cannot be released for the purpose of hunting is to prevent it from being shot like 5 seconds after you release it from a trap is the purpose of it. And that is, they go in more detail into that in 502-370. So one is referred to by the other. So there's the 502-370 points back to this definition. So they work together to explain what you can and cannot do.
Yes.
Is there any other purpose outside of hunting that you would not want it released? It says for other purposes.
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record. Thank you for the question. There are circumstances where if a lion is severely injured or for whatever reason, it would be a hazard to release it in that area, be that public safety or be it for any other reason that may come up, where you typically, a trapper will contact us or try and get a hold of us to ask for direction, especially if there is a severe injury to a lion, to ask what we should do. We don't want to be releasing animals which are going to have limited capacity to exist in the wild safely. And that may be a factor. So there's other reasons why we may want to restrict release until we can get there potentially, depending on our response time. And we can't go into every possibility, but in general, there may be other reasons, and we cover a lot of those again in 502(370) as well. I hope that answered your question.
I still, this, it's just very vague, or because you can't release it for hunting or other purposes. That could be anything. It's open-ended. So when do you release it?
PK Ward, Mike Maynard for the record. What the purpose of that particular section is designed to indicate is that you can't release it and then suddenly start hunting it that second is the purpose, which again, this is just a definition. It's not the entire regulation that explains the procedures and what the direction is for mountain lion hunting. That's in 502(370). So this is just a very brief paraphrasing of a canned hunt to point back to. There are reasons why you would typically, if you catch a mountain lion in a leg hold trap, for example, the animal would be released and away it goes. And that's the end of it. And that's typically what does happen. This is designed to target that particular focus of hunting the lion immediately after it's been in the trap, or in the first part, treeing it when you don't have a tag, and then detaining the lion in that process until somebody later comes out that wasn't with the original party and tries to take it under their tag and say that they were the ones that hunted it. So that's what this is trying to encapsulate in this particular definition.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. So Chief Maynard, I'm looking at it. So we've got this definition of canned hunt. When we start the second sentence, would this, rather than be part of the definition of a canned hunt, is this more of a more of the details that would go under, say, 502(370)? Maybe that helps clarify it a little bit, and we you know, it seems like we're getting away from the definition and we're getting into more directive stuff or more prohibited activities or more rather than the definition. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know if that helps with the reading of that definition or not, but it seems like that might be better suited in another area possibly.
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record, through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner McNinch. The second paragraph can also be used in the definition of canned hunt. And the reason for that is that the first sentence, or the second sentence technically, encapsulates people pursuing the animal and it's treed, cornered, or held at bay. And it's in the process of a mountain lion hunt, what you would typically traditionally think of as a mountain lion. The second is also designed to reflect the fact that there is another way that a canned hunt could potentially occur that is outside of the traditionally accepted realm of hunting. And that is if something's in a trap, a trapper, for example, calls his friend who has a mountain lion tag, who drives out, he releases it, he shoots it, and we're calling them both canned hunts for purposes of this definition. And you are correct in that in 502(370), we attempt to go into this as well as other details and accurately try and lay out what we find acceptable and unacceptable in detaining, capturing, or otherwise restricting the ability of a mountain lion to leave your immediate vicinity prior to hunting.
So it's done in both places, but we're not saying a canned hunt is just freeing a mountain lion. We're saying it may be these other things as well, including the last sentence, which is somebody has it in a trap, he calls a buddy who has a tag or goes to downtown and actually buys one and then comes out, or something along those lines. And we're calling them both basically the same thing.
Okay, so as maybe a suggestion then, maybe because I was having a hard time wrapping my mind around it too, but maybe a suggestion, something along the lines of canned hunt defined. Canned hunt means or includes but is not limited to, and then say a colon, and then a mountain lion is treed, cornered, held at bay, or its ability to escape is otherwise restricted for the purposes of allowing, and B, a mountain lion is released for the purpose of hunting or other purposes after previously being captured. You see, I would have to be wordsmith quite a bit, but it would capture maybe that concept that there's two ideas that you're trying to address, and it would be kind of highlighted by the fact that you got this A and B, or 1 and 2, whatever you want, however it would be formatted. And it would kind of highlight that there's two things that are trying to be addressed, and there'd have to be some wordsmithing to make it fit. But that would get away from having this prohibitive language in more of a definition. That's what I'm suggesting, is just something along those lines. I know there's a lot of work. I've worked on regulations. They're very difficult to get the way that you want. I understand that. So I appreciate what you guys are up against trying to get these things lined out. So I'm just trying to offer maybe a suggestion that might help outline that, so that it highlights that there's actually 2 points that are trying to be made here.
Thank you, Commissioner McNitch. Anyone else? Commissioner Hubbs? You're on mute, Commissioner Hubbs.
I'm in agreement somewhat with Commissioner McNinch. I think what would work is if we just add trapping to how the mountain lion can be, like means that the mountain lion is either treed, cornered, held at bay, trapped, or its ability to escape is otherwise restricted, blah, blah, blah. And then just say a mountain lion cannot be released for the purpose of hunting.
Okay. Anyone else with questions for Chief Maynard or Ms. Taylor on this particular part of the regulation or the NAC? Nope. Okay.
Okay, so moving on, in NAC 502.199, this is just a clarification. We added the word valid before passport, and then in the next sentence added language to make sure that the applicant, or to clarify that the applicant using the passport is a US citizen. And this is because when I say we, I mean usually law enforcement sees false uses of social security numbers, and sometimes people use a passport that's not valid from other countries, and it just comes into leads to some residency fraud cases. So we're just trying to make this more clear for customers and then also for law enforcement. So is there any questions on this section?
Please speak up if you have a question. I'm going through nope, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, okay.
All right, thanks, Kaylee.
Okay, so the next one, just a small change in 502.264. We're changing the word sex to gender, and that's just to keep it consistent with other statutes. I'm assuming most people don't have a question on this, but I'll pause for a second just in case. Okay.
Okay.
So in 502.321, we're just updating this to give an exemption for animals that are deemed unfit to eat for reasons other than diseased. And that does happen. So we just want to make sure that if sportsmen get an animal that is unfit to eat, then they're taken care of. Any questions on this one? Okay.
Okay.
So I included this for you guys to see. I crossed out the reviser's notes. Some of these in NACs are outdated. I did call down to LCB to make sure that we could remove outdated reviser's notes, and she said that it's really up to the LCB person that's writing your regulations. So we could submit it with them taken out, but the LCB person reviewing the regulation might want to leave them in just for an explanation, even if it's outdated. So I removed it in this so that you can see, but throughout the rest of the regulation, the reviser's notes that we want taken out, I just put a note that says outdated would like removed. And again, just so you guys know, it might come back to us with these still in there. It's really just up to LCB. But the reviser's notes were just used for extra explanation at the time.
Okay.
So in NAC 502.347, we clarified this to say that a bobcat taken in another state or taken or possessed unlawfully by any person cannot be presented to the department for sealing, which I think is just common sense, but we have had cases where someone takes a bobcat who doesn't have a license for it and then gives it to someone else who does have a license for it to get sealed, which is clearly illegal. So that's just one example, but I'll pause for questions on this also.
Any questions for Ms. Taylor on this one? No. Okay.
So in 502.370, we have some changes to this language. So bear with me, but when you guys get the revised version of this at the next commission meeting, it should be cleaned up a little bit better. So as it's currently written, we have this language in here that it says it must be purchased by the tag holder. And then on what it should be, our revisions that came into late, we also added in paragraph C that it says may be used in any management unit or group of management units open to mountain lion hunting. And that's because some units are not open to mountain lion hunting. So we just wanted to add that in there as well to clarify that portion. And in regards to paragraph B, it's just to curb an unlawful transfer of mountain lion tags. And that also would make that statute align with NAC 502.385. Anyone is curious. Is there any questions on this page? Okay, so moving on into 502.370. We changed the check-in time from within 72 hours to 5 business days, and that's because it's just consistent with other big game check-ins. Other big game check-ins are 5 days, not 72 hours. So we're just keeping that consistent. The rest of this section 3 is biological. We can't take the premolar tooth out of a frozen skull, so hence the unfrozen and jaws popped open. And then the new language we wanted to add, it's not adding, it's just removing the department may seize any pelt not accompanied by its skull. So this is just clarifying the check-in process and what's needed from the hunter. Any questions?
Madam Chair, and sorry, I was a little late on the last thing, but Ms. Taylor, if I can get some more clarification on the must be purchased by the tag holder. What if a person is, going through the application process and buys a mountain lion tag, or purchases a lion tag for, his son or other relative, and technically, somebody else could be purchasing it in good faith for somebody else. Just maybe some more background on what you guys are going for with this must be purchased by the tag holder.
Chief Maynard, do you have anything to add to that?
Dean, sorry, Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record, to you, Madam Chairwoman, to address the question, Commissioner. Basically, it's just what we're trying, and again, if somebody is, for instance, somebody is buying, they're the one that purchases the tags online for their family. Most 16-year-olds, for example, don't have credit cards. That's not what this is about. This is about when it prevents that potential for fraud where, somebody is in the field and doesn't have a tag and sends somebody back to town to buy one that they can use to cover the mountain lion potentially. That's one example. It's more along those lines. We're not going to jam anyone up because they use their credit card to pay for their family's tags. That's not the intent of this.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Anyone else with questions? Yes, Commissioner Allenberg.
Yeah, I do have a question here on the 5 business days is not consistent with, and I don't have an issue with it by any means, but in terms of being consistent, if you go back to 502.321 or not 502.345, when we're checking in other game species, it's 5 days. And that should probably be 5 business days too. So they're both calling out 5 business days. So they're similar. And then also on that same note there, it's been pointed out that we no longer, when it talks about the gender, we don't check in use, if that makes a difference in the definition there.
Yep.
We only, we only check in rams. So I wonder if we shouldn't just specifically say that there.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Oh,
I was just gonna say, I thought Commissioner Hubbs had a question.
okay.
Was just going to say under 502.3701B must be purchased by tag holder. Are they typically purchased by the younger children just by their guardians?
So most parents, if they're purchasing a tag for their children, they'll be doing it from the child's account. So the purchase will still technically be under the child's name, even if the parents are buying the tag, using their credit cards to buy the tags.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the actual authorization of payment. It's just under the tag holder account.
Yeah.
Should we just say tag holder account?
We could. I just hesitate to specify that depending on where the department could go in the future in regards to our licensed vendor and how those accounts are set up.
Any other questions for Ms. Taylor or Chief Maynard on this particular section? No. Okay. I would, let me go back to the business days. Do we want to say business days? I think in our committee meeting, Deputy Director Rob suggested that sometimes it's hard for a sportsman to get in touch with someone at the department, especially because so many of our hunts are over holidays and weekends, and if they're way out in the field. So I believe that we probably do need to address this business days rather than just days, and it should be consistent.
Yeah, so 5 business days would really give them more time than just 5 days, because if they caught an animal on a Friday, then Saturday and Sunday would be counted in their days. So yeah, I think the business days really gives the hunter and the department both more time. But if Deputy Director Rob has anything to add to that, then I would welcome that as well.
Okay. So we would make that consistent throughout then, Kaylee? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so going into section 4, we changed hide to pelt. It just makes more sense. It's more appropriate, and Chief Maynard can give you the explanation for that if you'd like, but it's just a more appropriate term. And then we added that it's unlawful for any person to possess, capture, injure, drug, rope, trap, snare, or in any way harm or transport a live mountain lion. And then we wanted to add the language that's in this bottom box that says it gives exemptions to people who are acting in an official capacity. So for example, someone in the department or an employee of the federal government. That's not in the current language, but I put it in the box so that you guys can see how it'll be next time. And then it would also exempt anyone holding a scientific permit. But then this is kind of where it ties in the canned hunts. Commissioner Hubbs, just for your knowledge, it says it's unlawful for any person to provide a false statement in reporting a mountain lion harvest and also participate in a canned hunt.
Okay, so we don't have this language in the box in our agenda.
Yes.
Oh, not the bottom box. Okay.
What you see is the box under as currently written.
Okay.
But we'd like to add those exemptions for people acting within an official capacity as well. And like I said, since this wasn't approved by the committee, it has to come back to you guys anyway. So next time you guys will have a clean version of all of this.
Okay, and I had suggested in our committee meeting that we add the word intentionally before on, I apologize, 4E, possess, capture, injure, drug, rope, intentionally trap, snare, harm, or transport a live mountain lion.
Yes, and that would be up for discussion as well.
Okay.
I know in the committee meeting, we hesitated to do that because it makes it hard for law enforcement to prove whether something was intentional or not. But if that is the way that the commission would like to go, then that's up to you guys as well.
Okay. Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, Chairwoman East, I just wanted to know, when would it be unintentional to do any of that? Like possess, capture, injure, drug, ropes, trap, or snare? Or harm? I mean, I guess in any way harm or transport. In any way harm, I guess you could hit it on the road. You know what I mean? Unintentionally.
Right.
Or transport. I don't know how you, I mean, that would be a pretty big one to pull off if you said you unintentionally transported. But I've seen a lot of mountain lion memes now on like social media where they're under the kitchen table or whatever. So I guess most of that is going to be intentional, I would say anyways. The only one that would be hard to prove is like in any way harm that could happen. I just see it more like a motor type issue, or maybe you hit a mountain lion and put it in the back of your car or something to take it somewhere.
If it was trapped, unintentionally trapped or intentionally trapped, that's where I was going with that. Even though there's a provision below, I was trying to clarify and clean up this particular section that someone could intentionally do it. That's all. I was trying to strengthen that a little bit.
Yeah, I would say if we wanted to add the word intentionally. It should be intentionally in any way harm.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, because everything else is self-evident.
mm-hmm. Okay. Chief Maynard, you had a question or a comment?
Chief Mike Maynard for the record, through you, Madam Chairwoman. Just as a clarification, the reasoning behind the removal of the accidentally trapping or whatever it is, whether it's intentional or not, if you capture it in a trap, you can't do these other things with it, is the point. So, and improving intentionality sometimes can be extremely difficult. The bottom line is that if you do capture it by some means, you're not allowed to do X, Y, and Z, and that's the point. It doesn't matter if you claim it's accidental or not. And in a lot of these cases, it's easier to work from an enforcement viewpoint to successfully complete the spirit of the regulation than it is to work from trying to patch a loophole when the defense will be, well, it was an accident, I didn't mean it. So therefore now the burden is back on us to prove that okay, that's not reasonable and here's why. Whereas it's such a rare event to begin with, usually, that if somebody has a live mountain lion in their possession, they should have some explaining to do. And we typically get that. We get trappers that call us, and we deal with this all the time. We give them permission to and tell them what we want them to do with the lion based upon its condition. So we're trying to clean up the language so that yes, capture, drug, rope, trap, detain it for other reasons of a canned hunt. We're trying to clean up the language so that if we're authorizing it as a department, we're good, because we may want to capture that lion for some purpose. But you have to go through those steps that need to be done. You can't just take it upon yourself to hog tie a mountain lion, throw it in the back of your truck and take it somewhere else. So that's the reasoning behind it. And you may have intentionally or unintentionally trapped the lion, but you still can't do those things, regardless of what your intent was. That's where the direction was going.
Okay. Commissioner Hubbs?
I just wanted to clarify. So, going back to the, when we were talking about the definition of the canned hunt, we were talking about our other purposes. And you mentioned that somebody could accidentally trap that in their trap, the mountain lion. And we know that we don't want them to go chase it on a hunt after. But I guess my question is like, what is the overall process for that? Like, what are they supposed to do? And what is the general public citizen supposed to do? Like if they injure really as more of an unintentional matter, wildlife of this nature, like I'm just thinking hitting on the freeway, or they can't transport it, they're just supposed to leave it. Do they call it in? Like, I just wouldn't want to put somebody like in a situation where they're, really in trouble when it's something that was kind of out of their, I just can't imagine if I was going 70, 75 miles on the freeway and a mountain lion ran out and I hit it, and then my proclivity would be like, oh, I'm going to call somebody or call the police. And should I put the mountain lion that's still breathing in my car and take it to a vet? Which obviously I'm not saying I would do that, maybe because of my training, but I'm just saying that some people might do that out of goodwill. Like, oh, I think I can save the mountain lion, and then I guess I'm just taking it down that road and seeing like what happens then if they do that.
If I may.
Yes.
More than Mike Maynard for the record, through you, Madam Chairwoman. Commissioner Hubbs, we don't want anyone putting a wounded mountain lion in their vehicle, for starters. We'll just get that off the table right off the bat. Our direction.
There will be that person that's like, we've got to save it. I can't leave.
I have no doubt. What our purpose here is, and always is, and our direction this is just spelling out a lot of stuff that we already kind of do in a lot of ways, but we do it unofficially, is we want them to contact us, and then we'll tell them what to do. Because each case is unique, and we don't want to put in writing, well, under this circumstance or that. Overall, we want them to contact us. That's the goal. And then we'll work out the details on our end as far as what direction we give. But under almost any conceivable direction I can think of, we don't want people transporting a wounded mountain lion in their vehicle. There's nothing good that's going to ultimately come from that typically. So what we're encouraging is people call us, we'll handle that.
Baby. It could be a baby mountain lion, I'm just saying.
And even then, if I may, that's somewhat imprudent. Let's just leave it at that. Even a very small animal can produce quite a bit of fight, and you probably don't want it in a constrained area like the cab of your car going 70 miles an hour down the highway when it wakes up from the initial shock and decides it's going to get free through you. So we're discouraging that behavior on the part of the public. And instead, if you're concerned, you can safely pull off to the side of the road and monitor the animal at a safe distance, call us, and then we'll be more than happy to give adequate direction to resolve the situation safely.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hubbs? You're still on mute.
I'm just saying we're trying to look for them to be reasonable, and I think going back to it, I think the main thing is to just, if we put, I mean, I'm not for or against putting intentionally, but if we did, I would place it in the area in which I referred to prior.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions on this section number 4? Commissioner Caviglia?
I guess, and we're getting to section number 5, and we discussed this at the committee level. I believe section number 5 handles what happens if you accidentally trap a mountain lion, you know, so that's what I would stick with Chief Game Warden Maynard and not add that, the additional verbiage to number 4, because I believe that 5 takes care of that if you accidentally trap a lion myself.
Any other questions on this section?
Madam Chair, are we talking about section 4 still, or have we moved on?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we're still on section 4. Okay, so are we good to move on to 5? I'm trying to review everybody here. Looks like we're good to go to section 5, Ms. Taylor.
Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman East. And yes, I had put this up just so that you guys could see. Section 5 addresses any mountain lion accidentally trapped or killed. It's common knowledge if you hit a wild animal that the public will call the department. But it does specifically address if it's accidentally trapped or killed. And then the only change we wanted to have to this that you guys don't see is taking out the word accidentally in paragraph B. So it would just read, a mountain lion caught in any trapping device must be released unharmed or as directed by the department and must not knowingly be pursued or taken for a minimum of 24 hours. Any questions?
Madam Chair, Dave McNinch. So, so going to section 5 here, I do agree and appreciate the removal of accidentally. Doesn't matter if it was intentional or accidental. It's something that that needs to happen. They're caught in a trap. They need to be released. But it does kind of highlight what my concern with the definition of canned hunt and the in my mind, the importance of maybe splitting that into an A and a B and kind of clarifying the language, because the way that it's currently written, there's going to be some conflict. In my mind, it's pretty evident, and I think it can be cleaned up. I think it can be cleaned up fairly well. if the definition were to read, canned hunt means A mountain lion is treed, cornered, held at bay, or its ability to escape is otherwise restricted for the purpose of allowing a person who is not a member of the initial hunting club to arrive and take the mountain lion, or B, a mountain lion being released for the purpose of hunting or other purposes after previously being captured and confined or held for any length of time. To me, that would clean up the definition part. And then under 5B, under this section, under 502.370, a mountain lion caught in any trapping device must be released unharmed or as directed by the department and must not be knowingly pursued. And to me, that flows, that would flow. And I think that there's an intent there that you're giving that animal an opportunity to get away and get some distance for purposes of fair chase.
Mhm. Exactly.
Any other questions on this section, comments? I don't see any.
I think Commissioner Allenberg has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'm coming back through. Okay, Commissioner Allenberg.
Okay, now I'm the unharmed in section 5 here for me is released unharmed is it's opposite of, I guess, is needing that, because what if they're instructed to release it out of there, and releasing a full-grown mountain lion, I'm sure is an ordeal. And so I don't know really how you go about it, and and certainly their intent may be to unharm them, but in the ruckus of trying to let it go, could it accidentally harm it? And I think that the intent would be to obviously release it unharmed, but what happens in that process of releasing it? I'm sure it's difficult.
This is Kaylee for the record. I think that the following section of that sentence, or as directed by the department, is important, but also above that, the language that already exists in NAC says they have to call the department anyways, and the animal could be released or disposed of as directed by the department.
If I may, Madam Chairwoman, Chief
Yes.
Game Warden for the record. Exactly. In all these cases where we get mountain lions, we understand that there are some that inadvertently are injured in the process through no one's direct intent or knowledge. And we can't anticipate that, nor would we hold somebody liable because it scraped its face on a rock in the process. We understand that even releasing it, there is potential risk, and we understand the hazards involved in doing that. Even releasing a small animal is a risk at times. So we routinely have throughout the years given direction to trappers as to what direction we would proceed with, be that, if they feel they can release it on their own safely, or if they need additional help, or whatever the situation may dictate at the time, and adjust to that circumstance. But again, we're not going to be it serves no purpose for them to harm the animal, because they're not going to get to keep it. So it's like the incentive is to call us. We'll give them direction. They release it. We understand that there may be damage to the animal that was unforeseen. We're not holding that against the trapper. We deal with that when we have the phone call.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess for me, and I'm totally on board with the intent, but I do struggle with section 4 and section 5 of this. They're kind of conflicting. In section 4, we're saying, it's illegal to trap intentionally or not, but in section 5 we are, and I'm not sure that in my mind meets the matter of, the simplification process. I guess if it was up to me, I would strike trapping out of subsection E of 4, just so we don't have that conflict where we're saying, in one instance it's legal, the next instance we're not.
Any thoughts there, Chief Maynard or Kaylee Taylor?
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record. Again, we're trying to clarify with each particular section nuances that are addressed when we deal with the animal in the situation it's in. So like in section 5, it says if a mountain lion is accidentally trapped or killed, and that's right there in the top section. So we're addressing that there. And the before in 4E, what we're doing is we're giving direction, a broad scope of activities that have a past either track record or potential for abuse, and addressing that separately. We're not trying to talk out of both sides of our mouth. The issue is there is legitimate, incidental, and unintended take of a mountain lion and capture by a trap in one instance. And we will address that on a case by case with that trapper. And in general, when we're dealing with canned hunts and other illegal activity, that these methods are prohibited. And the implication is that intentional or not, if you trap it, you're not going to be doing these other things with it once you release it. So it is quite involved, but that's why we're breaking it down and breaking it into separate sections. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it certainly does. And like I say, I'm on board with the intent, but if you just read verbatim, section 4, it is unlawful for a person to, when you skip to E, possess, capture, or trap. That's the issue. But like I say, I'm on board with the intent. And I know if we remove that or put the intentional, it's tough to prove. Intent on the other side of that, if you accidentally trap, it could be hard to prove that you accidentally targeted that specific animal.
I'm just going to add to that. This is Kaylee again for the record. Commissioner Keel, I think that reading NACs is often up to interpretation. I read this as section 4 is telling me what's unlawful for me to do, but then section 5 is telling me if I accidentally did trap it, which I know is unlawful, according to section 4, then it gives me guidance on what to do with that animal. I don't think they're opposite from each other. I think that section 5 is in addition to section 4 because it's giving instruction for what happens if it was to accidentally be trapped, knowing that it is unlawful to trap lions.
Yep, fair enough.
Okay. And I think that's my concern, is the interpretation and understanding that we're establishing this now, but what may come of it in 4 or 5 years, and the interpretation may be completely different under other commissions or chief game wardens. So that was why I was trying to add intentional in there. Okay, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hubbs.
I have one question. So I'm assuming, I mean, I don't trap or hunt, but we take our mountain lions by hunting them, right? We don't trap them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So anything in a trap, but we don't, when we trap, we don't, it's indiscriminate, right? We just set this trap and they have to come back. And there's been some heated debate about like how often you should come back because, God forbid an animal gets stuck in there that shouldn't be in there. And then it's probably going to get eaten half the time or whatever. But so the whole issue is, are we worried about trapping because we just don't want to impute liability for the game of like the purpose of trapping? But I mean, trapping in and of itself, right? There's no way to stop a mountain lion from going in the trap. correct? There's no like, do we have techniques that stop a mountain lion from going in a trap, or did you accidentally trap a mountain lion and not mean to because your trap is too small and it just accidentally went in there? Or do we just leave them open and put bait in there and whatever goes in, goes in?
I don't know enough about trapping to answer your question, but maybe Chief Maynard could answer that, or someone else from the department.
Chief Maynard, for the record, I'll give it a shot, Madam Chairwoman. It kind of goes outside of the regulation we're discussing here. This is not, number one, as Kaylee pointed out a little more eloquently than I did, but it's the first part is saying it is illegal to trap mountain lions. Not arguing that. The second part is if it accidentally happens, you know, and as Commissioner Hubbs actually brought up, what if you accidentally hit it with your car? Well, the same rules apply. It's not legal for you to take a mountain lion with your car either. And if you do, we want you to call us and we'll deal with the issue. And some things there's no guarantee. It's why it's, you know, the old joke goes, it's why it's called a fishing license, not a taking license. You may not catch a trout, you may catch something else. You can't guarantee always what will happen. It's not a 100% predictable activity. You take necessary steps and precautions, and you, in general, and I'm not speaking for trappers everywhere, but in general, my experience has been anecdotally that most of the time when they are setting for a particular species, they set with the intention of catching that species. They're not trying to catch everything on the planet. They're being very selective and trying to minimize incidental take of other species. So a small steel leg hold trap is not designed, number one, to hold a mountain lion. So it's an inadvertent, unfortunate event, but, and I'm not speaking as an experienced trapper by any means, I'm not trapped. However, my experience, that is not what trappers are typically doing. They're designing to catch a specific species or range of species with a particular trap. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, that does. Thank you. I just wanted to know like the likelihood of the trapping incident to occur. I don't know how often that occurs. I was assuming the traps were made smaller for smaller animals and so on and so forth. So it's not going to severely injure a mountain lion, but I don't know too much about it. So I was just asking.
Okay. Other questions? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next.
This is
Okay.
Brian Eller, Department of Wildlife. I would like to make a comment real quick.
Okay, thank you.
With the trapping with that section 4, what they're looking at, what we were trying to look at there is it deals with transporting a live mountain lion.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had incidences in other states. Don't know if it's happening in this state as of yet, but we've had incidents where people have trapped mountain lions used and people that were able to get in some drugs, either dart the animal, sedate it, and they'll put it in a cage and take it back to a ranch or take it somewhere and turn it loose for a client. And that's what we were trying to look at it with the canned hunts, and the putting in there, you can't trap, catch, rope, whatever you want to do to try and get a mountain lion. And then in section 5, where you accidentally trap a mountain lion, there's a pretty big case in Utah a few years back where people would find a trapped mountain lion in their traps, have a client that wanted to hunt mountain lions, and they actually would shoot the animal in the paw to make it so it couldn't run very fast or get away very good and bring out a client. That's kind of what we're looking at as that unharmed is, yeah, they're going to be a little bit harmed if someone chokes it out and tries to turn it loose from a trap. It's going to be a little it's going to be harmed, but it will recover. But trying to tell them you can't do anything to it to make it where it can't be mobile or get away. That's why I think we were trying to cover in those two sections.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Any other thoughts or questions? Commissioner Hobbs, are you speaking to us?
No, I'm sorry. I'm being
Okay, I can see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you. Okay. All right, Ms. Taylor, go ahead, I think, and move on. If somebody has a question, please speak up, because like I said, I cannot see everyone.
Okay.
I'm trying.
Okay, so in section 502.400, this is just a clarification both for sportsmen and for law enforcement, but it certainly makes enforcement easier for game wardens. But this is just saying that the owner of a tagger permit must punch or mark his tag when he gets to his means of transportation or camp, but it's whichever one comes first. And that's how it always should have been, but again, we're just clarifying this.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Did anyone have any questions on that? Okay, so in 502.418, this is just a simplification issue. Our current license vendor already does this for clients, so there's no need for them to enter their hunting license or fishing license number in their application. The system already does that for them. So we're removing that. Any questions? Okay. Okay, so in 502.42273, this is just another clarification. It's saying that customers or landowners that are eligible for special incentive elk tags would not be eligible if their license or permit or privileges were currently suspended or revoked. This is one of the things that we would like to meet with our DAG on, just to make sure that we don't need to add clarifying language that says that they can't use that tag if their privileges are suspended or revoked, but maybe they could still sell that tag as most of them currently do.
Okay.
Are there any questions on this section?
I don't see any.
Okay, moving on. In NAC 502.4233, your language currently says at the time of the draw for a non-resident deer tag. We would like it to say at the start of the first day of a hunt for a non-resident deer tag, that all master guides must have any special use permits in place. And that's just giving them more time, number one, but also there is really not enough time for us to check that guides have those permits in place before the draw. So for both of our sakes, it's easier if they have the permits in place at the time of the hunt. Are there any questions? Okay. In 502.4235, we added that the applicant for a non-resident deer tag and the licensed master guide or sub guide cannot be immediate family members. And this is a concern for law enforcement because it allows for preferential treatment. But I also think it gives applicants that are out of state a better chance to draw a tag in the non-resident guided hunt if they say they have a guide, but if that guide's a family member, they're most likely not going to be charged for it. So that's just one example of this.
Any thoughts or, yeah, go ahead, Kaylee.
I was just asking for questions.
Okay, any thoughts or questions on this particular section? Okay, not seeing any. Oh, wait, yes, we do. Hang on.
Yeah,
Commissioner
Commissioner East.
Rogers.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I was just curious if in fact that notion there number 6, if that's something law enforcement has seen abuses in that area, or if that's just an assumption that that's taking place. Just curious the kind of the thought process behind that.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I'll let law enforcement answer that.
Chief Game Warden Mike Meaner, for the record, through you, Madam Chairwoman, to the Commissioner. We have Captain Eller, who is in charge of our guides program for law enforcement. I'll let him weigh in on that as far as prior cases we've had involving that.
Okay. Mr. Eller?
Yes, I think with that number 6, we have had a few people that may have relatives or family members living in different states putting in for those tags, the restricted non-residents. And I believe it was brought up that is not really what those those permits are for. They're for non-residents, but not where a master guide can put in his family members for those tags. I know this is one of the things that I think Deputy Director Jack Robb brought up with us.
Okay.
Saying that these tags are for non-residents, yeah, but putting in family members is probably not what those tags were meant for.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Just curious, as I'm unfamiliar with that master guide process and application, and that is that client or that individuals, non-residents that put in for those tags, are they required to have a contract with a master guide prior to submitting an application? Or is there any stipulation for putting in for those tags as a non-resident?
No, there's not. This is Brian Eller with the Department of Wildlife. There's no real restrictions for them putting in. The only restrictions that they really have is that a non-resident sub-guide cannot put in for them. I think it says it here in the regulation. If he holds a sub-guide's license, he can't put in for those restricted guided tags. Just any resident, he doesn't have any really real restrictions. He just has to make sure his master guide that he is putting in for has the proper permits to operate in the areas they're putting in for.
Deputy Director Rob, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman East, or Chairwoman East. I have been contacted multiple times in the past couple of days about this particular change, and a lot of it revolves around immediate family and whether it's a paying client. I was contacted by one individual that has a brother-in-law that is definitely a paying client, and so is that immediate family. There's some things in this that are troubling to some people, and this does occur multiple times a year. We do have multiple people that would fall under this, and there's some people that don't like it and some people that use it. So it's the commission's discretion, but just saying immediate family could be problematic for the department after some discussions I've had the past couple of days.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? Has anybody else heard from anyone? I haven't heard from anyone on this one. Commissioner Allenberg.
Yeah, I guess this is kind of a question for Attorney General Burkett there. Are we in any way setting ourselves up for a discrimination lawsuit with this? I mean, even if they pay him $1, I mean, I understand the intent and all of that, but I just worry about us setting ourselves up for the possible discrimination.
Let me think about it. I honestly, at first blush, I'd say we have the discretionary right to make these classifications under statute or code, but I can certainly think about that for a bit, Commissioner Omberg, and get back to you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner McNitch, I'm sorry. I saw your
I don't know if you
hand after.
or not. So I that was one of my questions, was defining immediate family, and I do agree with the if there's an intent to the provision, you know, and that intent does not include creating a freeway for, you know, people to have their immediate family members utilize the system. I think we should try to do the best we can to plug the hole, if you will. And I appreciate that Dag Burkett will look into that. But I did have another quick question for law enforcement. Are there currently demerit points established for this somewhere that this would fall into for the master guide or a sub guide?
Brian Eller, Department of Wildlife. There are no demerit points, but the master guide regulations in NRS and NAC have their own penalties for doing something like this. There's the NAC that has a whole list of things that a master guide can be suspended for, denied a license, or revoked, or his license revoked. And that's part of the reason why it's not part of the demerit system, because it has its own penalties for violating the regulations.
Very good. I appreciate that. I guess I could have made the assumption, but I wanted to ask the question, and that makes sense to me. So bottom line is, if you had to enforce and that there's opportunity to and deterrence in place to hopefully to keep people from violating if something like this were to be approved.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions about this particular topic? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay. So moving on, in NAC 502.4238, we're just providing protections for a hunter who hires a master guide. This would provide the opportunity for a refund if the master guide failed to have that required special use permit in place at the start of the hunt that was referenced a couple of slides ago. Currently, they do not have that option in place as NAC is currently written.
Okay.
Is there any questions on this one? Okay.
I don't see any.
Okay. This one, 502.4244 is another clarification. And it's the same with that special elk incentive tag. This is just for landowner damage compensation tags. Again, if their license, permit, or privileges are suspended or revoked, they shouldn't be able to use that tag personally. But again, this is going to be part of our discussion with the DAG on whether or not we should add that they can still sell that tag.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay.
No, don't see any.
Okay, so 502.4246. This first box is how you guys have it as it's currently written. Oops, sorry about that. But we do want to update the language a little bit just to keep it consistent with what came out of the landowner comp tag committee. This will perfectly line up with that regulation once it's passed by the Legislative Commission.
Okay.
Are there any questions on this?
I don't see anybody.
Okay.
Okay.
So 502.440 and 502.455 are regarding taxidermy records. And this is really just a clarification. It's not changing anything, but more just clarifying to taxidermists that their records do need to be in. at the time of June 30th so that they can renew their license, which and June 30th is the end of each taxidermy renewal license year.
Any questions? Nope.
Okay, so that's all I had for 502 CGR 495. If you guys have any questions of the regulation as a whole, I will take those, but also I just wanted to remind you guys again, it will come back to you and I will have the language fully updated for you guys the next time.
Okay, any further questions or comments regarding NAC 502? Don't see anybody. We don't need to take this out for public comment at this time, do we?
I don't believe so, since the committee voted to not approve it, but if you want to hear the public's opinions, then I would suggest still taking it out to public comment.
Okay, I don't foresee us taking any action on this today, so I'm kind of in between on taking some public comment at this time. Yes. Where am I? Where am I? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
You're doing a good job. I would suggest just taking it out and getting some public comment. We've talked about a lot of stuff here. I agree with you. I don't think we should take any action as a commission. The department and committee have gotten a lot of input, but I think putting it out for a few minutes and letting the public might be beneficial. May not get anything, but it might get some input. So.
Yeah, and I think we'll get some further comment down the road too, but okay, Dagbercat is saying yes. So we'll go ahead and do that. I think it is a good idea. I was just not sure that there's so much here, but we'll go ahead and do that. Why don't we come back at 11:45? And yeah, let's come back at 11:45. Thank you.
Okay, should we get some fresh air, buddy?
Okay, it's 11:45 and we do have some public comment. So we'll bring it back and I will start reading it. Okay, so agenda item 8B, public comment, Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Washoe was opposed to Commission General Regulation as proposed. While we support the simplification process, we do not feel it is appropriate to introduce new NAC during this. NAC 502.1175 should go through the CAB process per NRS 501.105. Does the hunter have to get to the tree line the same as the houndsman? Is it a rare sportsman that can keep up with a houndsman running up the mountain to secure his dogs and ensure their safety? We would like clarification on this, as we don't want hunters fined for not being in the same physical shape as the houndsman and lagging behind during a hunt. NAC 502.370, section 4, subsection E, the terms possess or in any way harm needs to be changed. Does this mean Nevadans can no longer hold a lion as a pet or in a zoo? Where is the permit process for possessing a mountain lion in Nevada as a pet? The term, quote, or any way harm, quote, needs to be removed, since that would completely stop all hunting and management of lions. The shooting of a lion with a gun or bow is certainly harming it, no matter how humanly it is done. 502.4235 subsection 6. Why is the non-resident family of a licensed guide being discriminated against in the guide draw? The non-resident family of guides should not be treated differently. Oh, shoot. Sorry, my things jumped ahead. Should not be treated differently than any other resident under the law. One more, Rex Flowers. I am opposed to any regulation changes with 502.1175, 502.370, subsection 3, 4, and 5, 502.4235, and 502.42273, it says, as all these are all new regulation language. The simplification committee was intended to review NAC that were not outdated, antiquated, no longer relevant, or to make language changes that the regulation would be more understandable. To go forward with the changes is to circumvent the normal regulatory processes already in place and does not give for proper vetting by our public. For this reason, I would ask these items be rejected and brought by through the proper channels. This is in no way means I am opposed to the changes, but I do reject the way they're being presented. My apologies, some of these have typos in them and it's hard to read these out loud. So that is the only public comment that I see. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Ms. Taylor.
Add something. I am really struggling with the fact that these are not properly vetted, because we have asked the cabs for comment on this multiple times. And we have consistently not gotten anything back from the cabs for the few months that we've been working on this. And I just do want to let the commission know that these regulations are going through the process that they're supposed to be. Even if it wasn't part of the regulation process, these regulations, or the simplification process, these regulations have to go through every step that any other regulation that commission passed is going through. So I would even argue that these regulations get more time to talk about them because they're going through a committee, versus most of our regulations, the department drafts up and then the commission workshops once or twice and then adopts. So these regulations are getting vetted way more than most do. And I really, really want to encourage the public to submit comments, because we've been trying to get comments from the public and the cabs, and we have consistently not been getting any.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor. I appreciate all that you do. Any other comments? If not, I think is the department clear on the changes or suggestions from the commission so far? Yes?
Yes,
Okay,
I can, once we meet with the DAG, I can revise the language so that it should be. And then I'll bring that back to the committee also before the next commission meeting.
okay. All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. What is the pleasure of the commission for a break for a little bit before we jump into reports, which can get a little lengthy? Is everybody good? Do we want to take a break? We just had a few minutes. No one cares. So we should just keep going.
Chairwoman East, I'm open just to let you know, either way, whatever we need to do.
Okay. Director Wasley, do you have any foresight? How long is your department activity report?
Well, that is going to be 10A. It'll be probably 15 minutes. We do have a wildlife project update, number 9, that Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae will be giving, and that could be of about an equal duration, maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. Why don't we just keep going then if everyone is good to just do that? So we'll move on to agenda item number 9, Nevada Department of Wildlife Project Updates, Secretary Tony Wasley. The commission has requested that the department provide regular project updates for ongoing projects and programs as appropriate based on geography and timing of meetings. These updates are intended to provide detail in addition to summaries provided as part of the regular department report and are intended to inform the commission and public as to the department's ongoing duties and responsibilities.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. And as many of you know, but maybe for the benefit of a couple of our newer commissioners, what we've tried to do is take advantage of the seasonality and geography of the commission meetings and highlight some of the ongoing work of the department. Since we've been in lockdown and doing virtual meetings, this is an item that was removed from the agenda to help streamline the agenda, to condense it to a one-day process, and we didn't have the same opportunity to travel around and hear from different regions and different divisions. However, for this meeting, there are some items that we would like to share, and it primarily deals with some of our habitat management, specific to some of the fires and reseeding efforts. And Alan Janae, Habitat Division Administrator, has put together informative PowerPoint presentation that we're going to turn the floor over to him and provide the update to you all today. So thank you, Madam Chair. Alan?
Thank you, Tony. Again, for the record, Alan Janae, Habitat Division Administrator. Definitely appreciate coming and giving you guys this presentation today. If you're ready, I can try to share the screen here and we'll go through the PowerPoint I have. All right. So again, I wanted to give you a wildfire update for 2020. It definitely hasn't been the wildfire year that we have seen in the past, but it is an uptick from last year. So we wanted to give you an update as we do most every September commission meeting, kind of hopefully the end of the fire season. Looking at the 2020 fire season, this year we saw 706 fires. 214 of those were natural, 417 were human caused. There's a remaining 75 under investigation. The number on here of 257,190 acres, that's actually, despite this PowerPoint being put together only 2 days ago, it's a little bit out of date now. There's a fire down in the Virgin Mountains in Clark County. That Virgin fire is accounting and taking this total up to 258,701 acres. So this will be slightly morphing. Hopefully we are nearing the end of the fire season if we could get some precipitation. Looking at the counties with the greatest amount of fire experience this year, Lincoln County was leading or is leading in the burns this year. That's kind of a change over the norm. In the past, I would say 3 or 4 years, it's been mostly to the north. Looking more specifically, when you look at the map here, it depicts where these fires were. Again, Lincoln County had the greatest amount of fire with 124,000 acres because it had some of the larger fires down there. That Meadow Valley fire was the largest fire we have seen so far this year at 59,000 acres. Additionally, it had 3 other fires, the Twin, Bishop, and Stewart, that were all over 12,000 acres. So looking at this map, you can see other counties that saw impact, Elko, Douglas, and Washoe. And this year we kind of experienced a little bit on the western side of the state, a little bit of atypical burn where we've got burns in California that might have the opportunity to have influence on Nevada herds and Nevada wildlife. Thinking about the North Fire that came out of California and came into the Peterson Mountains, that's mule deer, winter mule deer habitat up there. That Loyalton fire, again, that's some of that summer range for some of those herds that come into Nevada to winter. And then the G5 fire that was up near Cedarville, it came into Washoe County, kind of near Duck Flat. So we're kind of watching and listening to see what BLM's doing and Forest Service as far as rehab efforts. We're very hopeful that we'll see good rehab on those. Just to kind of put 2020 in perspective, this is the last 25 years of fire, 1996 to 2020. Just to give you an idea, total acreage burned since 1996 is 11,215,773 acres. And just to put that into perspective, Nevada is roughly 70.2 million acres. So that's pretty close to 16% if it was all novel and new fires, but it isn't. Sometimes we end up with burns on past burns because of cheatgrass and annual invasives, kind of promoting after the fire, we get invasions. And so that's why we try to engage in wildfire rehabilitation. But also to give you a little bit of further statistics here on this chart, when you look at it over the 25 years, the average acres lost per year was 448,631 acres. To give you a little bit more, it's definitely, you can look at the graph and see that there isn't much of an average in this. It's kind of like Nevada's precip patterns. There's a whole bunch of highs and there's a whole bunch of lows. And there was the low in 1993, we only lost 17,546 acres, whereas 1999, a disaster, we lost 1.871 million acres. And we have seen some larger acreages above 1 million in the last 4 years, with 2017 being 1.2 million and 2018 being 1,050,000 acres. So this just gives you a little bit of background, but losses of Nevada wildlife habitats to wildfire is nothing new. It's been going on for a number of years, but it is pretty significant. So looking at the 2020, what we're going to do this year to try to deal with the fires that we have seen this year, we partner with a whole bunch of people, BLM being the biggest partner because it's often on their lands. But the slide that I'm presenting here today is something that is in addition to the activities that BLM does. Typically, it's us bringing additional seed to additional acres or doing additional activities associated with wildfire rehab. So looking at this as this year, we've got approximately 13 non-governmental organizations, funding partners, sportsmen's groups that definitely pony up and assist us. And those dollars are we can't even speak to how important those NGO dollars are. Being non-federal, they give us a lot of flexibility in being able to deal with the last minute, requests or changes and trying to implement restoration. We've got great flexibility in that, and we definitely appreciate all the partnerships we've had. The 1.9 million that we currently have estimated for funding this year to facilitate fire rehab is coming from 20 different funding sources. The $380,000 that have come from sportsmen's organizations is coupled with some of the other sportsmen's funding we have, which is, if you remember, you awarded $146,000 from Heritage this year towards wildfire. That'll be used for this. There was some Dream Tag funds we applied for and received. And we combine that with other federal funds and other funding pots that we have, and we've come up with 1.9 million. That's going to give us the ability to do work as planned right now on 21 priority areas on 21 different fires. That'll be approximately 34,000 acres of treatment. When I say treatment, that's going to be mostly seeding, aerial, and some drill seeding. In addition to this is we have 35,000 acres of herbicide application, where we will go apply herbicides such as Imazapic and Open Range G that are kind of a pre-emergent and help us gain a foothold in rolling back or taking the annual invasive cheatgrass out of the equation. I'll give you a little bit more on that. So looking here, I wanted to talk more specifically about the herbicide. And so, as I said, Imazapic is a pre-emergent that we use that stops seed break. When we go into places where we know we have cheatgrass on the landscape, even though the fire goes through, it doesn't take all the seed off the site. So that seed's still available, still there to germinate. And by flying on Imazapic, we typically do that late August, early September before the first rain. That stops cheatgrass from getting that foothold. Typically what you see is cheatgrass is a winter annual. It gets that first precipitation that comes in the fall and it takes advantage of it and it breaks seed and it starts greening up. And so it gives us kind of a head start on other plants in the spring as winter precipitation is experienced. So by using Imazapic, we can roll that back. Sometimes we can use it on cool fires where it might have been burned, but it didn't root kill all the plants. We can basically apply Imazapic, and that gives those plants 1 year to initiate their growth without the competitive forces of cheatgrass on the landscape. Imazapic is pretty amazing. You can see on the left, the treatment formulation is 6 ounces per acre with 5 gallons of water. We've actually even narrowed that down to 6 ounces with 2 gallons of water. And so that just increases the efficiencies and the effectiveness. It gives us the ability to take a plane and put in, this formulation and save on aerial cost applications. And I believe we've got the cost for herbicide and application down to approximately $15 an acre. So it's pretty insignificant. Additionally, we can use herbicides for green or brown strips. Some of the formulations that we have can actually stop growth for 3 to 5 years. And we've used that in certain places to protect our investment, to make sure that we aren't going to have a fuel continuity that would carry into our rehab. So that's what we do. We have a biologist that we've hired. When I say a biologist, she's way more than that. She's an ecologist, Brittany Trimble. She's a soil expert. We send her out before we do our chemical treatments, and she can evaluate the soils and give us a determination of effectiveness based on the soil type. And so if you look at the map on the left-hand side of the screen, that's just one of those maps. It's one of the predictive maps that she puts together to help us determine where we would be most effective and efficient in applying herbicides. So we're also making sure, through this process that we're not wasting the money and the resources that we have to bring to bear. I know this looks like a doctored picture, but it's not. This is a site that's near the Eisenhoods. This is 1 year after burn, the summer following a burn. The left-hand side was treated with a Masapic, and you can see that cheatgrass is not invaded, that we have had the result we were looking for, which is you can see the rooted perennial plants that held on and provided regrowth. And on the right-hand side of the screen, that's an area where it wasn't treated, and that's your typical release we see after fire when cheatgrass is in the system. Its prevalence and its ability to supply seed and its spread, even when it's got a percentage of the understory, it's very dominant. And when you remove all that biomass and you give it that opportunity to take over after a burn, it can do that. And that's a clear demonstration of some of the success we see with a Masapic. Going on to other tools that we use in our wildfire restoration treatments. This is kochia. It's a non-native forb that we have introduced into some systems. There are certain places where fire happened that are pretty significant for wildlife, but they aren't very resistant to invasives, and they aren't very resilient. They're kind of low elevation, low precipitation sites, and they are a natural location for something like cheatgrass to have an advantage. And so we can come in with kochia, and it can compete with cheatgrass and other invasive species. And so this just shows you first year after application and second year. And so it can provide substantial wildlife benefit, and it can compete with cheatgrass. So we've brought it definitely into our toolbox. This is a newer variety. When I say new, you can see the picture was taken in 2017, but this is snowstorm kochia. We've put this on some of the really, really tough sites. This is the Hot Springs Range in Humboldt County. We put it there, and it's done very well. One of its advantages versus forage kochia is you can see that height there. It gives the ability for a little bit more security and thermal cover versus forage kochia, which is, 18 inches to 2 feet tall, if allowed to grow that tall. Normally it's browsed down pretty hard. So to just give you, I know we've got a fair number of new commissioners and some that haven't always been, up to speed on just what we've done historically, but I just kind of wanted to put it out there. In the last 4 years, just what we've done collectively. You look at 2017, which was, if you remember back to that graph, that was one of the larger years. That was a 1.2 million acre wildfire year. That year, we were gunning up and we did 43,000 acres of treatment. We had 15 partners, and we put approximately $2.3 million on the ground. 2018 was 1,050,000 acres. And if you remember, that was when the Martin Fire went up, burned, that's our largest fire in history of the state. It burned a lot of really important sage-grouse habitat and big game habitat. And we really came after it with a pretty concerted effort. We went to 64,000 acres of seeding treatment, 25,000 acres of amazapic. That was kind of our really big effort in taking some of our early experiences with that amazapic and using that at a larger application. Put approximately $3 million to work, working again with 15 funding partners. 2019, as I mentioned, wasn't that big a year, but the acreages that we treated were still fairly large because it was based on some of that amazapic treatment that we had done the year previous. And so sometimes when we do amazapic, that buys us an obligation to come back and put other monies back on the ground to reseed those places if they weren't cool burns or if we didn't see the restoration that we were hoping for. So that was 2019. That year we spent approximately $2,085,257. And as I mentioned earlier, 2020, what we've got planned is approximately 34,000 acres of seeding and 34,000 acres of herbicide, putting to work approximately $1.9 million. This may be a different number than I had on the other slide, but 14 NGO partners, and that is continually changing as we continue to have conversations with other groups. So looking at that, cumulatively, wildfire rehab in just the last 4 years, if we carry off what we're proposing, will be 161 acres, or almost 280 square miles of wildfire rehabilitation. Additionally, just in the last 4 years, we have conducted 80,000 acres of herbicide treatment, or approximately 125 square miles. Other things that I just wanted to give you an update on, they were activities that we did during 2020 that also kind of tie to the habitat realm and just kind of want to make sure that you're up to date with. We did 18,000 acres of pinyon juniper treatment. That was across the whole state. There was some over in the Desatoya Mountains. There was some over in Ely and Elko counties, totaling 18,000 acres. Meadow protections, water protections. We constructed 19,488 linear feet of pipe rail fencing to protect 73.65 acres. A lot of times this is kind of meadows. It helps with management alternatives with BLM and permittees and landowners. Gives them that opportunity to be able to isolate that and be able to, graze or use that meadow at their preferred timing. Additionally, other things that we do that a lot of people, really don't understand and aren't aware of, but we've got vegetation monitoring crews that are made up of seasonals that go across the state, and they're either doing pre or post treatment monitoring. It basically gives us that information to be able to verify that what we did was successful or a failure. Additionally, it helps with our adaptive management. We get that ability to see, what it did after we conducted the treatment, and are there things that we can modify to learn and to implement to have greater effectiveness or efficiencies. Like I said, last year in FY20, we monitored over 375 sites. Fiscal year 21, which we're in right now, we've monitored much of the same. And our monitoring database right now has over 2,500 monitoring plots that we've collected since 2010. So with that, that's the what I've got to give you as far as wildfire rehab and some of the other restoration efforts that we've done this year.
Great, thank you, Alan. This was really interesting, and I have a personal interest in it because of my son, who's a wildland firefighter, and he's been really busy this year, making good money, but he's been gone a lot. Not just in Nevada, they're all over the place. Any questions for Ellen? No, I don't see any. Doesn't look like it.
There you go.
Ellen,
Help
when
you.
when you schedule these projects, and obviously you prioritize things based on need and things, can you explain that process a little bit?
Yeah, so what we do is we've got 3 different regions spread across the state. As the wildfire season is kind of wrapping up, what we do is I reach out to my habitat supervisors from each of the 3 regions, and I have them consult with all of the other biologists in their region and put together their prioritization list of, you know, what were the greatest resource impacts that we saw this year? Where do we want to go? And basically, as the season starts wrapping up, then we get together as a state, we pull all of them together and we go, okay, what are your priorities? And we kind of look at that and we go, okay, you know, Area 6, Mule Deer Winter Range burn, you know, as an example, that would be one that, yeah, we've got to do something. So we prioritize based on at a regional level and then bring it forward to a statewide level, has input from all the different resource divisions. And then we go and sometimes it's a matter of opportunity too. I'll say that is if we see BLM coming up short in one area that's a priority for us, but they don't have the funds to hit, that can also raise it in its priority. But typically it's a regional and then up to a statewide prioritization with input from all the resource divisions.
Great, thank you.
This is Chair, if I
Anybody?
could talk for a sec. Hello.
Of course, yes. Commissioner Perini, hi.
Ellen, I just wanted to ask you a question. It's kind of a stupid one maybe. But when you got all those seeds and whatever, you're going to go forward with that because all the things that happened so bad. Do you wait until you see what the weather's going to be, or is it done right away?
We seed on black. We can't get the long-term forecasting in Nevada that be able to go, yeah, this is a go year. Unfortunately, that's the biggest gamble we have is when we seed on black, we're seeding, you know, September, October on into late February. Sometimes we get lucky and the snow falls on it. Other times we're drilling seed and we're just hoping that precipitation comes on it. Last number of years, we've been very blessed with, you know, good precipitation years. But there have been times in the drought where drought is hit and we don't see the immediate response that we want. But we have seen, we don't give up on our wildfire restoration seedings for up to like 5 years. Because what we'll see is we'll actually see that seed lay there dormant. And then precipitation will come and we'll actually see seed break when advantageous precipitation comes.
Alan, I just wanted to ask one more thing. Dealing with organizations, wildlife, they always want to give money to get the seeds going for you, especially the sagebrush areas and that sort of thing. Is that still going pretty good for organizations to keep giving money to that, to keep going with that? Because I know a couple of years ago, we were real welcome in doing that. I don't hear much about that anymore.
Yeah, we still hit up everybody we can. I know the one organization you're affiliated with this year, we didn't get an application to this year because we were kind of seeing where we were going to be. And that's about the time when your application was due. But we typically invite and encourage and go pursue funds every year from all organizations, all partners. And it still works out very well. I think, you know, we try to get back and give them updates as to successes, failures, what we saw, what we put their money towards.
Any other questions for Alan? Comments? Commissioner Hubbs?
Thank you, Mr. Janae. my only question is a little bit, I have some interest in the kochia that is used to kind of, I'm assuming you're using it to compete with the native, well, not non-native cheatgrass that causes a lot of the fires within the sagebrush ecosystems. And it looks like kochia itself is somewhat competitive because it also responds to fire, correct?
No, oh, it doesn't respond to fire. It can actually, what we see most typically is once it's burned, it can reestablish. There's other native species that also do this. Serviceberry is one where it can get burned over and it'll actually re-sprout. Kochia is much like that. So it's not like cheatgrass where it takes advantage and it's kind of got a whole life history that kind of pushes it towards that advantage in our climates.
Right, it's not like a fire dependent germinator where it actually aggressively grows after fire.
Right.
Kochia is different than that, but takes root in areas that have been burned readily. And then, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, and then it can also be used as temporary wildlife feed.
Yes, it's like I mentioned, it's a type of species that does very well in very tough climates. When we're talking about places like Eisenhood, where we've got 4 to 6 inches of annual precip, and the historic Wyoming Ensis sagebrush stands that were there have been burned out, and cheatgrass was in the understory and basically overtook. To try to replicate and to try to get Wyoming Ensis back onto that site with 4 to 6 inch precip zones, we just don't have the success. And so we can come in with this kochia and we can put it in some of those toughest sites. And we're very selective where we do it. But to the area 6 deer herd, which, basically shows up on that winter range, coming off of high elevation summer range that's generally in pretty good condition, they don't know what they're going to be arriving to. And given all the other attempts that we've had out there and trying to restore things, this is one species that's really helped with that. It's really taken on that tough climate.
And then when you plant, you're planting for the historic landscape, I'm assuming, like what it might have looked like, but you're putting the kochia down first, and then over time, are you expecting the landscape to kind of come back to its, and I'm sure some seeds survive anyways in the soil after the burn, but, and then is the kochia one that will, it's not aggressive toward our native plants, it actually is passive in nature? Yeah,
it will actually come onto the site, and we have seeded sagebrush at the same time. And we have seen results with that on certain sites. Eisenhood, some of the higher elevation north aspect, we have actually done that, and we have seen success. And it is not an invasive like others are.
Have there been any occurrences where you're finding kochia where it shouldn't be?
No, right now it's something we seed. We seed BLM seeds, and it's very prescriptive when we do it. Like I say, it's much about those tougher sites. If we can find a spot that is going to come back with native perennials in some of those higher precip, more resistant, more resilient sites, sometimes we don't even have to seed. higher elevation, if we expect natural, restoration and there isn't an invasive in the understory, we're not involved. We just leave it to its natural processes. When we pull kochia out is when we lose really important priority habitats in really unfortunate locations, such as the Area 6 Eisenhood example, where just trying to get anything to grow and to be able to support those mule deer when they come to their winter range. That's kind of what we hold those types of seeds for.
Any other questions for Mr. Janae? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Alan. Good to see you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Director Wasley.
Thank you. If I might, thanks, Alan. That's awesome stuff that historically the department dabbled in, but the extent to which we're presently involved and our partners and the funding, you look through that, and those last 4 years, it's $9.2 million of contributions. And I don't know if you realized it, but in many of those side-by-side photos that Alan showed, it was hard to tell that was the same site, but those were comparative photos kind of before and after in response to some of the seedings, in response to some of the pinyon juniper removal. And to expound a little bit on all of Commissioner Hubb's questions and Alan's answers on the kochia, you're exactly right, Commissioner Hubbs. It's fire resistant, so it doesn't burn as readily. It maintains that greenness. It's fire tolerant, so that when it does burn, it can sprout from the root mass. It's non-invasive, so it doesn't have the same kind of competitive advantage that we see from cheatgrass and other invasives. It has forage value to all wildlife species as well as livestock, and it allows for succession back to native species because of its non-invasive nature. And when we look at these sites, the most important thing is that we have soil, that we retain the soil, whether it's wind erosion or water erosion. If we lose soil horizons, we lose the soil, the site potential changes forever, and we have no ability. And so some of the debate and the dialogue around the use of non-natives, certainly we could use natives, but we're going to, in the process, we're going to run out of money, we're going to run out of seed, and we're going to lose soil horizons. So as a stopgap measure, to have a species, although it's non-native, but to be fire resistant, fire tolerant, non-invasive, provide forage value, and allow for succession to natives is truly important and a really valuable tool. And when you throw on top of that the use of a mazopic to chemically fallow these areas until we can get out there, it just makes it that much more effective. So when we think about habitat and we think about what the department is doing, here we divide our agency into all these divisions, and we have fisheries division and game division and diversity division and habitat division. But when you look at those photos and you look at what Habitat has accomplished out there, it pays huge dividends across all those divisions. It's water quality issues and spawning areas for Lahontan cutthroat trout, or the protection of those meadows for sage grouse, or forage for elk, mule deer, and antelope. When you look at that investment and the personal, emotional investment, you can see the benefits to all, and it ties directly to an item that we're going to hear about in a little bit, the Mule Deer Enhancement Program. But you can also see with this kind of investment, both emotionally and financially, how some of us take offense to some of the comments that the department hasn't done anything for this species or that species, because there is a tremendous amount going on in partnership with our NGO partners and with science and with our federal land management agency partners. So I just wanted to weigh in a little bit, thank Alan, and highlight some of the uniqueness of kochia and the overarching benefits that pay dividends to all divisions, as well as sportsmen and women.
Thanks.
Thank you, Director Wasley. Oh yes, Commissioner Hubbs.
Thank you, Director Wesley. Always, I enjoy your input, and I do have, I mean, just because Mr. Janae brought it up, I usually don't like to bring up personal issues, but my brother lives out by where the Loyalton fire occurred. He's got a large bit of property up in the Sagebrush Hills, and several of the individuals on his dirt road or street, they did lose their homes. And he was very lucky to have had individuals work with him and know how to do the backfires to push. I mean, it was literally up against the street, across the street from his property, which was terrifying for us. But my question is, as a homeowner, and now this is in California, obviously on the California side, so it doesn't relate to Nevada, but are there programs for people who have these horrible fires happen where they can seed or learn how to seed around their house to maybe diminish the impact, around their border? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what kind of programs are there for them to rehabilitate in a positive way as a citizen, and I don't know what those might be.
Thank you, Hubbs. Commissioner Hubbs. In Nevada, NDF, NDOW, BLM, I think we would all offer, advice and assistance in, somebody trying to deal with that. Depending on the size of the acreage, they may or may not, have much opportunity to get into a government assistance program. NRCS, if they were a producer or had enough acreage, they could consult with NRCS and there would be opportunity there. But they could consult, try to see if CAL FIRE might have an opportunity, or BLM, or if he would like further information. We could talk to him as well. Be more than willing. Like I said, those Loyalton acres are pretty important to Nevada wildlife as well. It's right there on the border.
Yes, he's right there on the border, and we have some beautiful habitat up there behind his house. It was just a huge meadow area and trees and all the sagebrush habitat that's just been depleted. And yes, it goes right over into kind of the Cold Springs Valley up into Peavine. It's a very connected region, and I'm sure they're using all that habitat. So it's just really hard to see, and would be nice to, if we could put, if homeowners in that area who own substantial pieces of property know what to do to help. They were stating that actually his residence in general blocked a large sweep of that fire from going down into the valley, into Sierra Valley. And it's because he had done proper planning around his property, and he had the street, and they did the backfire and they pushed it back. So it had stopped there. And I just think, if people are out in those areas building infrastructure, it's just really important to know sometimes what they need to do to deal with some of these horrible fires that are kind of coming down the pike at them because of all the changes. And I won't get into that, but it's just getting more and more severe over time.
Yeah, if he has any troubles finding assistance or expertise, absolutely we can assist with trying to get him in the right direction, or even providing some additional information on opportunities to either plan his restoration or any assistance we can.
Thanks, Alan. Director or Deputy Director Rob.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. I want to circle back to Commissioner Perini's question. Alan speaks of the number of NGOs we work with on a regular basis. And one of the biggest changes in the NGO community that we've seen for wildfire restoration in the past 7-8 years has been the Dream Tag Committee. They primarily, that is their fundamental goal, is wildfire restoration. That they've become a key contributor to that, which when that occurs, it allows the Carson Valley Checker Clubs, the NBUs, NBU Midas, Nevada Muleys, Meadow Valley, all the other groups to take their resources and use them on other things that can benefit wildlife. And that ties right back into where we're going with the Mule Deer Enhancement Program, the presentation that Mike Scott's going to bring forward here shortly. But I'm looking at Dream Tag just this year. They brought in $550,000. In prior years, they brought forward $250,000 for seed purchase. And then we ran into the situation where we had a government shutdown and the federal government was not allowing money to get on the ground during a very crucial time. And we didn't have the money ourselves to do it. We went to the Dream Tag Committee, and in short order, they gave us another $250,000 to get the seed on during the proper timing that year. So there is a change. It is recognized by some of the NGOs that we don't have our hand out on wildfire on as regular basis as we used to, even though the fire cycles is severe. But we do want to use our monies in other ways to benefit wildlife. And I think that's going to tie right back in well to the Mule Deer Enhancement Program.
Super. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Alan. If we don't have any further questions, we'll keep moving along. So, agenda item number 10, reports informational, 10A. Department activity report, Secretary Tony Wasley. Director Wasley will provide a report on recent department activities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've tried to cut this in about half, just given the difficulty of a virtual meeting. And I don't want to see all these cameras all of a sudden turn off as you guys are drifting off. From the director's office, one of the items that is a future agenda item here, just a couple items, is the AFWA annual meeting, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. So I did participate in that. That was September 9th through September 15th. I'll provide a more detailed report on that here briefly. Director's office have represented the department in a number of virtual meetings, one of the interim finance committee, one of the board of examiners, and one of the ledge commission. Ledge commission approved CGR 485, the tag transference and deference program. That was passed on August 25th with no questions. So just as a reminder, this program will establish options for sportsmen and women who experience an extenuating circumstance after the last day before the hunt, but before legal shooting hours on the first day of the hunt. So this program is now in effect for customers with extreme circumstances during those hunting seasons. Also, just kind of wanted to bring to everybody's attention, tomorrow is Public Lands Day, and just by virtue of a governor's order in recognition of that, the day fees for entrance as well as camping, Saturday night camping and boating, where applicable, will be waived at all of the Nevada state parks for Nevada residents. So Public Lands Day in the state with the highest percentage of public lands is tomorrow. In the game division, department dispatchers and staff continue to respond to complaints about black bears. Lack of food in wildland areas, just a really dry, low berry crop this year, combined with some heavy fruit tree crops in town, and a continuing failure of people to store garbage responsibly in urban areas is resulting in increased bear conflicts throughout 2020 thus far, and it'll be ramping up quite a bit here in the next month or two as we move towards what we hope will be hibernation. Cooper Munson has been selected to fill the Western Region Supervising Game Biologist position. Cooper's been a game biologist in Lincoln County for the past 5 years. He'll be filling the position part-time starting this week and beginning full-time in late October. Game division staff have been providing review and comments on the organization of the Mule Deer Enhancement Program. We'll hear more about this here shortly on a future agenda item. Directions being prepared, and supervising game and habitat biologists are beginning to work with county advisory boards to invite participation in each of those teams throughout the state. Game division staff has assisted habitat staff as pilots used department helicopters to fill 2 water developments in the Gabbs Valley range recently. The 2 units that were filled were the Butte and Volcano guzzlers in Unit 207. Approximate total of 3,000 gallons were flown into each of those 2 units. Game division staff in the Eastern region followed up on the 4 recently collared cow moose. 2 of the 4 had current season calves with them. At the time of collaring, 3 of the 4 had calves and 1 had twins. August was an active month for moose observations. 18 observations were added to the database, which included 25 moose. 2 were from area 6, 1 from area 10, and the remainder were all from area 7. Most of these were hunter observations, and they reported seeing 10 cows with 4 calves during the August timeframe. The Animal Planet film crew was able to participate in the moose follow-up and filmed a cow in a bull east of Elk Mountain. Lastly, from the game division, the contract with Environmental Systems Research Institute, otherwise known as ESRI, for the development of an application for data collection during aerial survey has been finalized and was approved by the Board of Examiners on September 8th. A scoping meeting was subsequently held to schedule a project kickoff meeting with ESRI representatives, and a working group comprised of game division field biologists attended. The kickoff meeting is preliminary plan for next week. While administrative delays have postponed the initiation of the project, software development at ESRI for other projects may result in cost savings that would allow for additional functionality not anticipated when the idea was conceived. From the Habitat Division and engineering staff completed a project to repair the Muddy River diversion structure on the Overton Wildlife Management Area. The structure was heavily damaged during a flood back in 2005 when debris strikes rendered the gates non-functional. The project included replacement of a radial gate and installation of a new catwalk to provide safe access to the controls. The hoisting mechanism for the gates is motor driven using solar power, and the gates can be controlled remotely during emergency situations. Wildlife Management Area crews have been working on road repairs out at the Scripps Wildlife Management Area. Boggy areas of the road that run along the east side of the Wildlife Management Area have been built up and culverts installed to facilitate drainage. In the last month, the Habitat Division has received 14 new energy planning and conservation fund applications for following energy development projects in Nevada, for the following energy development projects in Nevada. 1 large-scale energy transmission line, 2 solar facilities, 1 electric substation upgrade, and 9 geothermal facilities. The department is also aware of 3 additional projects that will be submitting applications in the next several weeks. Since January of 2019, the program has received 40 energy project applications. This is under what was Assembly Bill 307, the cost recovery program from industry. Department staff and volunteers from a variety of sportsman conservation groups continue to coordinate and complete volunteer guzzler inspections. The department provides inspection checklists that volunteers can use when they're either purposely checking on guzzlers or out scouting, hunting, and come across a guzzler. With enough support, this will be a valuable way for the department to better understand maintenance needs on big and small game guzzlers. It also provides an opportunity for volunteers to continue participating in the guzzler program, as large-scale volunteer builds were canceled earlier this year. Additionally, since the Water Development Program's federal match is largely funded by volunteer time and miles, this will hopefully provide a reasonable way to make up some of the lost volunteer match from canceled guzzler builds. From the Conservation Education Division, Wildlife Education Team has been adapting their education program to a virtual platform for kindergarten through 12th grade education for this current school year. Staff across the state are offering virtual programming that can be adapted to students in the classroom, as well as classes that are on a full distance learning schedule. Educators connect with students through interactive wildlife programming and virtually facilitate in-class activities and discussions. All education programs are aligned with the next generation science standards, the NGSS, and cover a variety of topics from Nevada's wildlife and the Nevada state symbols. Staff have seen a great response from teachers and have successfully conducted multiple virtual lessons. The virtual platform will enable staff to reach far and wide with unlimited capacity to reach more K through 12 students, especially in the rural areas. Staff assisted with several other educators from other states on updating the conservation education toolkits. These toolkits are a series of 16 guides that were developed by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies to support conservation educators who offer fish and wildlife-based programs. The toolkits were developed before the NGSS was implemented. The goals are to have new and improved resources, but also ensure the educational resources meet the NGSS standards. Channel 4 in Reno interviewed Con Ed staff on the impacts of wildfires on wildlife. There'll be an increase of interviews anticipated due to the current fire situation. The multiple local and statewide news outlets have reached out to our public information officers about the increased bear activity in northern Nevada as well. Con Ed staff is also working with an interagency communications group on a campaign focusing on bears and hyperphagia, and will target visitors and residents in the Tahoe Basin. From the Diversity Division, Tahoe's East Shore had 3 successful peregrine falcon nests for the first time in recent history. Peregrine falcons were an endangered species only 2 decades ago and were absent from the Tahoe Basin until 2009. Now there are 3 nesting pairs on the Nevada side alone. The most high-profile nest is at Castle Rock, and it's a collaborative monitoring effort between the department, the U.S. Forest Service, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and the Tahoe Institute for Natural Science. The group spent 2 years researching the effects of hikers and climbers on the nesting falcons before posting hiking closure signs the past 2 years to reduce disturbance to the nest. These hiking closures have been successful, and the story recently gained the attention of several media outlets, including Colo TV, KTVN TV, SF Gate, Tahoe Daily Tribune, and Adventure Sports Journal. The Lahontan Valley is an important migration stopover for shorebirds during the fall and spring migration seasons. The valley wetlands were designated in 1988 as an important site in the Western Hemisphere Shorebird Reserve Network. The department has monitored and surveyed the Lahontan Valley wetlands for shorebirds since 1986. This fall, a total of 28,297 shorebirds were observed in the Lahontan Valley, and 70% of these staged at Stillwater National Wildlife Refuge. Carson Lake was relatively dry this year, with only the sprig unit at 30% capacity. Wildlife diversity biologist in Tonopah completed a PICA survey training for the Bureau of Land Management, Battle Mountain, and Carson City staff. As part of the training, 8 new sites were surveyed and occupancy confirmed at 5 of those sites. Additional surveys are anticipated to be conducted this fall by the BLM Battle Mountain office. In the Fisheries Division, Knott Creek Reservoir in Humboldt County experienced a significant fish kill earlier this month, resulting in over 1,000 fish observed. I did read yesterday on the agency's Facebook page that it's expected or anticipated that that could be up to 75% of the fishery. Staff are working with the Department of Environmental Protection to determine if there were causes other than the visible algae bloom on the reservoir. Phase 1 of the Shoshone Ponds restoration for the endangered poolfish has been completed. The reconstructed refuge ponds for the rare fish that were originally built in this reconstructed the refuge ponds that were originally built in the 1970s. The Xerces Society filed a petition in mid-August to list the Western Ridge mussel as an endangered species under the Endangered Species Act. The mussel occurs in the upper Humboldt River and possible other systems in northeastern Nevada, but there's very little information on its distribution and status throughout the state. Southern region staff have completed analysis of the annual threadfin shad production on Lake Mead. Low production in the Boulder Basin suggests that this fall and winter will likely be a poor year for striped bass condition and the quality of the striper fishery. Staff working with our contractor and partners recently completed the conservation strategy for spring snails in Nevada and Utah. This will be a key effort to conserve spring systems in the Great Basin and over 100 of these rare species, several of which have been petitioned for ESA listing. Fisheries Division assisted Wildlife Services on our first ever report of nuisance fish at the Reno Tahoe Airport. And I can tell right now you're thinking, how in the world are the fish a nuisance at the airport? Apparently some fish trapped in the ditch on the airport perimeter were attracting fish-eating birds and creating an aircraft hazard. From the Data and Technology Services Division, DATS successfully conducted the 2020 sage grouse draw with a 232% increase in applications from last year. This year's swan permits went on sale on August 24th, and 82% of the allotted permits were sold in the first 3 weeks. Licensing staff have been busy with the issuance of landowner tags and assisting clients with their harvest return cards. Counter staff are seeing an increase in the number of office walk-ins since we reopened in June. Licensing staff got a new license agent registered that bought the Tillies and Pioche. Staff are also actively processing new agent paperwork for the following 3 new locations: the Sagebrush Streams in Tonopah, Cal Ranch in Ely, and the Laughlin Chamber of Commerce. After a collaborative effort between CalComI, licensing, fiscal, and game staff, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service annual license certification and federal aid report was submitted for the 2018 license year. Submission of this report officially documents that hunting license sales for the year 2018 were up 28% and fishing license sales were up 35% from the previous year. The relevance of this is the federal aid apportionment for both Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson use a formula that includes the number of certified anglers and certified hunters through license sales. So a 28% increase in hunting licenses and a 35% increase in fishing licenses will hopefully equate to a larger apportionment of those federal excise taxes that are matched 3-to-1 with non-federal, and what is a key piece of our funding model. The Geographic Information System staff completed updates to the Survey 123 mobile device application to allow for the 2020 harvest check-in to be performed. The Information Technology staff have started the new computer replacements for the new fiscal year. From the Law Enforcement Division, game wardens began hunt unit patrols starting August 1 for the opening season of archery for multiple species, as well as depredation, antlered and antlerless elk. Wardens patrolled opening day of dove season at several wildlife management areas in other parts of the state, which included over 143 contacts and multiple citations and warnings. There have been multiple incidents of unlawfully placed trail cameras in the eastern region. In one case, the cameras were pulled, reported, and turned into the department by a property owner. Another case included a game warden locating a trail camera near the Utah border. That case is under investigation. Game wardens in the southern region are investigating several cases involving trail cameras. Investigations have already resulted in identification of stolen cameras and additional spin-off investigations. In the western region, 2 bobcat kittens that were taken out of the wild and kept by a member of the public were handed over to Safe Haven. In a separate case, a game warden investigated a subject that had a pet bobcat in the Silver Springs area. The bobcat was tied up outside the enclosure and escaped. The subject had a permit that expired in June of 2018 but was never renewed. A citation was issued as a result of the investigation. Southern Region Game Warden spent 3 days assisting Lincoln County Sheriff's Office with the search and rescue of a missing local person. The Game Warden assisted in the search efforts, coordinating for wildlife issue response. and assisting in coordination of approximately 170 volunteer searchers. The search covered over 30 square miles and involved multiple aircraft from varying jurisdictions as well. Separate cases involved several game wardens in the southern region assisting in the search and recovery of a drowning subject on Boulder Beach. A western region game warden assisting with a search for boaters on Tahoe. Also occurred, a vessel was overdue and found adrift with no persons on board. Southern region wardens assisted in the investigation and attempted location of a 6-month-old after the child was reported kidnapped at Lake Mead. Eastern region received judgment of conviction on an unlawful killing of a big game case with a civil penalty that was just over $10,000. Game wardens have been responding to several urban wildlife calls in both eastern and southern regions concerning rattlesnakes on private property and premises. Game warden in the western region investigated an Operation Game Thief call at Lahontan Reservoir. 3 suspects were fishing and had a combined total of 98 fish. Game warden cited 1 individual for over-limited game fish. One of the suspects owns a restaurant. The department has been receiving complaints about this group for a while, suspecting they are selling to markets. Southern region wardens investigated numerous boat accidents, including a felony case in which a suspect was booked on multiple charges, including operating under the influence, resulting in death and involuntary manslaughter. Including this case, game wardens statewide made 4 OUI and 2 driving under the influence cases just over the last month. And lastly, over Labor Day weekend, game wardens contacted 274 boats, conducted 11 vessel assists, gave 108 warnings, and wrote 53 citations for boating violations. That concludes the department activity report. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, I have 2. Well, some of that report was just unreal. But I have 2. Can you tell us how the guzzlers that were filled this summer, what the priority was for those? How you determine what the priority is for filling guzzlers? But I'm assuming many of them are dry. I saw a few while I was out this year, but how does that get prioritized?
I think it's, and I see Alan's still on, so I'll ask for him to fill in any blanks, but I think certainly the process is how dependent are those animals on it? How numerous are those animals? Are there alternative water sources nearby? And so anytime the agency constructs a water development, we assume some responsibility because we create some dependency on that. So in those instances where it may be the only water source where it is totally dry or near dry, where we have that dependency and there's a large number of animals, then that's going to float right to the top. But Alan, you care to weigh in?
Yeah, totally agree with where Tony's at. We work with the game division and we kind of consult the local biologists. We look at other water sources that are in the area, evaluate what's the risk, are there any other water sources that could provide opportunity? Take a look at it. We can't fill all of them. We try to keep it to a minimum. And a lot of times we don't try to build water developments that become that type of situation where they're isolated as the only water source, because then you do end up with dependent herds and we end up having to fill it every year. But it's a prioritization and in consultation with the game division and the local biologists.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of what I thought, but I was just curious. Tony, with the trail cam report, is there any education we need to do to help get the word out before the season starts? Should we be doing, I don't know if there's been a lot. I haven't seen it, but I haven't really been watching for it either.
Yeah, I think, in monitoring social media and knowing what exists in, our publications and our social media, there is certainly a lot of people that know exactly what they're doing. We're not surprising people. People are saying, you know, catch me if you can. But I would invite, you know, certainly law enforcement or others if they have some perspective on that. It looks like Jack has some thoughts to share on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jack Robb for the record. We're looking at different types of outreach, not only through social media, emails, but when we mail out tags, if we know there's common violations or something that needs to be educated because there's an update to laws, that during the time that we mail those tags out, we may put an insert in there that says, hey, this is new. This has been an ongoing issue, and just alert them during the time that they get their big game tag. And then we know that everybody got it, so they can't say we didn't know.
I'm just surprised at the number of them, honestly. The violations. Chief Maynard, do you have anything to add to that?
Chief Mike Maynard for the record. Thank you, Chairwoman East. I guess I can add anecdotally, you know, this isn't the first season we've enforced this. This has been around a little bit longer than just this season. And we were very, of course, generous the first go around with this and educating people and being fairly conservative on our enforcement policy, as we usually are with any new regulation. So when this first rolled out, we were very aware that a lot of people wouldn't initially get the message. We would do things like leave our cards if there was an instance that warranted that. But I would go back to what Director Wasley said. We're past the educational phase for a lot of that. Everybody is pretty much well aware of what the rules are now. And, you know, most of the general public doesn't buy trail cameras to go out and put them out in the desert. Those aren't cheap. And so when they do, they're there for a specific purpose. And our investigations have shown us that typically the individuals that we're looking at, they're doing it for a specific reason. And if in the cases where it was an innocent mistake, we take that into consideration in our enforcement action.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Wasley? No? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Hubbs.
Just one, Director Wesley, that I have just on the increased bear activity. When you say increased bear activity, what is going on with that?
So thank you for the question, Commissioner Hubbs. Every year, I mean, it's kind of evident when you look at the fire data, right, where Alan talked about there really isn't an average. It's kind of this boom or bust. And with the precip patterns and the Sierra Nevada mountains, it's much the same. And in those years where you have good moisture, you have good berry production, you have good forage production, and the scientific literature bears this out in other states as well, where when you have good native forage available, those bears are going to be spending a lot of time, you know, in the mountains. This year, as dry as it is, there really isn't good forage berry production in the mountains. A lot of those bears are around towns. People build their homes and choose to live in you know, what's now a high density, you know, bear populations. And if they're not securing their trash, if they're not addressing those subsidies that exist in the form of, you know, apple trees or whatever else, the absence of food is really driving those bears into towns, and then they're getting in trouble. They're breaking into homes, they're entering homes, they're entering garages. Just where we've seen bears in downtown Reno this year, and not one, not two, but numerous bears repeatedly in downtown Reno and other urban areas is, you know, largely attributable to lack of available forage and unsecured food subsidies, human foods and subsidies, usually in the form of trash or fruit trees.
So in general, we think that this is like a carrying capacity issue, like and it's strictly related to water then, and vegetation and food resources for bears, driving them down. I mean, really, if we look at it, is it more like they're being driven down, or they were always there and we're just building up? You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah.
is this really a bear activity issue, or is this just urban sprawl?
I think it's the former, and I think it's the former. We have a large number of animals that are collared, and we have those animals that have been collared for multiple years, and we can look at their behavior in wetter years versus their behavior in drier years. We can look at our call logs just in terms of number of animals in the wet years versus the dry years. And if there was a trend, a linear trend, that as we see more, that would be consistent with the notion of the population building in the wildlands and spilling over into the urban areas, that would be evident in the data. And it's not only is that not, it is to a certain extent, but not solely, but also in the scientific literature, there are other places, other states, other provinces that, see this exact same kind of pattern. When you have abundant native forage, the majority of those animals are going to prefer to sit up on some shady slope under a tree eating berries and not digging through a dumpster, looking for diapers. And when those native foods aren't there, we see more urban, human wildlife interactions.
All right. Any other questions for Director Wasley? No? Okay. Great. We'll move on to 10B, litigation report. Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett, a status report on litigation will be provided.
Chairwoman East, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Good. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes my camera doesn't record very well. So this will be really quick. I just wanted to give a couple updates though. Item number 4 on the litigation report is a trapping case that we argued before the Nevada Supreme Court that was then affirmed. A dismissal from the lower court was affirmed by the Nevada Supreme Court. It was a petition for reconsideration of that decision was filed by the appellants. That was denied. Then they filed another petition for reconsideration of the en banc reconsideration. And that just a result came down since I prepared this litigation report denying that as well. So I think finally this item we can remove from the litigation report at long last.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's good news. And the second one I want to comment on is really only to comment on Director Wasley's assistance that he's provided us. It's item number 6 on the litigation report, which has to do with our defense, our office's defense of the state of Nevada related to a predator management statute that was enacted in 2015, 2016. And the department or Director Wasley is named in this lawsuit as well. But it really is a defense of a statute that did not come from the department, but came from the legislature. We are in the middle of litigation of this case. And I just wanted to let this commission know that Director Wasley's assistance in the defense of this case is hours of assisting us both in preparing for and defending depositions, as well as preparing for and filing motions this week. Has developed our case significantly. And if we did not have Director Wasley, I'm firmly convinced that this case would be nowhere near the shape it's in. I've been litigating for 25 years of my career. I've hired a lot of experts in my career, spent a lot of money on experts in my career defending lawsuits. And I I told Director Wasley that his deposition was one of the best I'd seen, and just command of subject matter, integrity, professionalism. It was just impressive. And so I think we need to give kudos where they're due. And I just wanted to express to this commission how good you have it with the leadership of this department. And other than that, I stand ready for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burkett. Any questions for Craig? Casey? Sorry, Commissioner Keel. Getting a little informal here.
Oh, you're fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Burkett, I thought I saw a headline earlier this week, or I can't remember what web page it was on, but I thought there was a ruling in the Walker River case on that public trust doctrine. Was I dreaming that, or was it really a ruling?
I've got to be honest with you. That is a case that I'm not handling for the department, and I did not see that. And but I bet maybe somebody in the department saw that. I didn't hear it. Tori Sondheim is the attorney for the Attorney General's office that's handling that. I didn't get anything from Tori this week, so I apologize. I am not familiar with that, but I'll get back to you and make sure the commission's aware by the next meeting what the advance is in those cases. There's multiple cases, of course, going on with the water rights issues. Yeah.
I think Director Wasley has an update or has a comment.
Yeah, you did not dream that, Commissioner Keel. I saw the same thing and had a chance to read through that, and basically the plaintiffs were trying to use the public trust doctrine and the beneficial use of water, arguing that water is held in the public trust, and the court ruled that there's no standing for water management or reapportionment or adjudication based on that public trust. So it was viewed as I think a loss for the environmentalists, if you will, some of the litigants. They can't use the public trust doctrine as a basis for re-adjudication or apportionment, if I understood that.
Perfect, thank you.
Hey, any other questions for Dag Burkett? All right, thank you so much. Moving on, I think we'll get through reports and then we'll take a quick break. Agenda item 10C, Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies 2020 Annual Meeting Update. Secretary Wasley, reports from the 2020 conference will be provided.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be much briefer than I was with the Department Activity Report. Just to say that the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies is an international, technically an international association. It's comprised of all 50 states, as well as all the territories and provinces of Canada. They hold an annual meeting every year in September, typically attended by roughly 700 or so people. This year, the meeting was held entirely virtually. That virtual presence drew over 1,200 attendees. Great presentations by a number of key industry partners that presented a ton of data on people's outdoor recreation habits during the pandemic. Things, number of anglers and people use of parks and facilities and survey, human dimensions, social science around why people are doing that, the reasons people are giving, and, helping to prepare state, provincial, and territorial wildlife agencies to be better positioned to leverage that knowledge to keep people engaged. There were a number of big picture discussions, some on transition planning. The Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies enjoys, they have a presence in DC, literally, right across the street from the Capitol, and walking distance, and have a presence in the halls of Congress. As such, they always have a transition agenda, Should there be either a re-election of an incumbent president or a new administration? They have an agendized list of priorities and transition topics. So there were a number of discussions about what the priorities should be in either scenario. Developed and approved a new strategic plan. Continue to have discussions about implementation of the relevancy roadmap. One of the interesting products of the association that we've shared internally here with staff is a kind of a silver linings document, lessons learned during the pandemic. I think there were approximately 30 states or so that contributed to this effort, and the association staff compiled it in somewhere around a 22 to 25-page document of how this global pandemic has actually created some opportunities for us to address some issues and challenges within our agencies and with our customers, and modernize or adapt and adopt. And you've heard some of those things mentioned earlier, but a lot of them are captured in the Silver Linings document. There were also a number of discussions relevant to us in more of a programmatic level. Presently, there is a movement afoot being spearheaded by the Southeastern Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies to develop a BearWise program. So Nevada has used a BearWare, BearSmart, BearLogic, and many states use different programs. And right now there's a desire to standardize a program, brand it, leverage messages, leverage capacity, the economies of scale in printing and other signage. And so there's some benefit there in trying to use the same material, have the same message, and leverage a more widely recognized brand. Game bird translocation guidelines, feral cat guidelines. Recently, the Pittman-Robertson Act was a modernization effort that was approved by Congress that set aside a specific amount of the multi-state conservation grant program that could be used for retention, recruitment, reactivation. So in conjunction with this meeting, there was approval of somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 to $11 million, I believe, going out to industry partners and states to bolster that R3 effort. Number of conversations around Endangered Species Act, definition of critical habitat, NEPA process, Migratory Bird Treaty Act, some of the litigation around incidental take, what defines incidental take. So the meeting, as I said, was from September 9th to September 15th. Ton of engagement opportunity, and really that's just the tip of the iceberg. If anybody's interested in either the Silver Linings document that I referenced or just looking at a program, we can send some links to the webpage, and you can click on the committees and see the agendas. But human-wildlife interactions, animal health, everything, state and tribal relations, dealing with everything from feral horses and land management decisions. And it's well attended by all of our federal partners. There's representation. The director of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was in attendance, and we have opportunity to have engagement with high-level officials to talk about many of these issues that are occurring in our states. So again, I can't speak to the full magnitude of it or the value of it enough here, but just appreciate the opportunity to shed a little light on what it is and some of the opportunity therein.
Fantastic. Sounds, I would love to see the Silver Linings document. I don't know about anybody else, but I would love to see it. Any questions for Director Wasley? Commissioner Hubbs?
I wanted to state that Director Wasley, I too would be interested in seeing information about the Silver Linings document that Chairwoman East mentioned and that you were speaking about. I think that sounds very interesting.
We'll make sure we send a link to that or a PDF of that to the commission.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, thank you. I always really like these updates on these conferences. I think it brings it kind of around to see what other topics people are talking about. Okay, gosh, this has gone long. 10D, Mule Deer Enhancement Program, Game Division Administrator Mike Scott, informational. The department will provide an update on the Mule Deer Enhancement Program that was approved by the commission during the August 2020 meeting. And I just want to kick this off a little bit and tell you all how excited, I know you know I'm excited about this. I keep saying it, but this really is a unique approach to something. And I didn't really, I guess, understand that fully until I had the pleasure to reach out to the committee, which I'm going to announce here in just a minute. We've got 9 members on this committee that I think are so excited. They're experts in their field. They're very knowledgeable people. They are, they come from all walks of life, all areas of our state. And I just have to say that I'm in working with the department to identify these folks and get their buy-in and their time. I just can't say enough about it. I'm so thrilled with this. And I think Mike's going to talk to us about what is kind of expected, what the timeline is going to be for some of this. I think there's some cabs that are already putting together their teams, which I'm thrilled with. I think everyone seems to be really engaged, and I would just ask that anyone who's watching our meeting today or in the future, that if they want to get involved with their cab on this really, really critical topic, that they do that they go to a cab meeting or they talk to a cab member or someone on the team and they get involved, because I don't think we can have enough people involved in this initiative. I'm looking forward to some of the outcomes and solutions. And with that, that's about all I was going to say. I will announce the Oversight Committee. Commissioner Casey Keel has agreed to chair the Oversight Committee. Commissioners Barnes, Rogers, and Almberg will serve. Nevada Muleys representative Jim Rackley, Resource Specialist and former Commission Chairman Jeremy Drew, Rangeland Scientist Charlie Clements, NBU Representative Josh Vittori, and Meadow Valley Wildlife Unlimited Representative Corey Lytle will make up the committee. Staff to the committee will be our Game Division Administrator Mike Scott, Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae, and Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So I think, well, without further ado, I'll let Mike talk to us. So Mr. Scott. You want me to keep talking?
No.
No, I don't want to keep talking.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mike Scott for the record. I will try to briefly inform you of where we are currently with the Mule Deer Enhancement Program. We've recently given direction to the supervising game and habitat biologists to begin working with the field staff and the cab chairs to create the individual teams. The suggested teams for each region will be based on NDOW game division, biologist, areas of responsibility. And I'm going to name the teams by county, even though they will be responsible for areas of the state or hunt unit groups. So the proposed structure that we have right now would create 5 teams in the Western region, which would be the Washoe team, Humboldt, Pershing, and then a Churchill Lion Mineral team, and then a Douglas, Carson City, Story County team. And then in the Eastern region, we would have a Lander County team, Eureka, a White Pine team, and then because of we have multiple areas in Elko County, rather than just having a single Elko County team, we would have an Area 6 team, an Area 7, 8, and 9 team, and an Area 10 team. And then in the southern region, we would have a Clark County team, a Nye Esmeralda County team, and a Lincoln County team. So the target date to have each of these teams established is November 1st. Some of the challenges that we face right now, we do have some vacancies in the game division, as well as pending vacancies in the game division, and combine that with the fact that it's fall and hunting seasons are going on, and there are people that are out on hunts and everything. It makes it a bit challenging, and so November 1st is the goal to have these teams established, but understanding that there may be delays with some of them just because of either vacancies or absences. My suggestion is that each team would consist of 5 to 7 actual members who would be considered the mule deer team. I don't want to exclude anyone, but we want to limit the number of what we would consider voting members in order to avoid becoming overly complex. And, you know, there are some challenges with the open meeting law with regard to having numbers of people, numbers of cab members on each team. So I don't want to limit the number of cab members input in any way. We want to encourage them to participate, but I'm hoping that I believe that we can only have 2 members of each cab that are actually on these teams. So right now, my vision is that the department will come up with a list of potential members, and we would ask each cab chairman to come up with their own list. We would then compare the lists, and where we see members or people that are on both lists, those might be people that we could easily agree that those people should be on the team. And then there might be some horse trading of some sorts to come to an agreement on who would actually serve on these teams. And, you know, we want a broad array of people from the communities. We want them to have diverse experience about various resources. So I think I'll pause right there and ask if anybody has any questions. And if you know, I can go on for a long time, but I prefer to answer questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Scott? No? Okay, doesn't sound like it. So I think if you have anything else to add, otherwise I think we'll just look forward to hearing more back in November.
Yeah, well, let me just add that my thought is that once these teams are established, we will provide them with information on projects. And as you saw from Alan's presentation, the Habitat Division and a lot of partners have been doing mule deer enhancement for a long time. I'm coming along as a Johnny come lately and you know, bringing some focus to this. But one of the things that was as impressive as I've ever seen is what the Habitat Division has done up in that Eisenhood area. You know, I was there in the early 90s as the water development biologist. Eisenhood Basin was gorgeous at that time, and then after some of the fires burned, it was just awful. It was, you know, this cheatgrass monoculture, and some of the work that they've done is phenomenal and impressive. And I hope that we can continue that kind of work and allow those people to keep doing what they're doing, because it appears to be highly successful. So I guess once these teams are established, we provide them with some information. I would like to start if we can, and with COVID, there's different challenges, but I would really like to get field trips organized so that we can get people out on the landscape and show them the challenges that mule deer face in a wide array of areas, whether it's habitat or whatever. So anyway, that's where we are right now. I would like to continue doing updates at commission meetings, and just make sure that we're making progress. But unless there's any other questions, that's where we are right now.
I think Commissioner Perini has a question. He had his hand raised, and then I'll get to.
Thank you. It's not really a question. I just want to say that I think that was outstanding what you're doing, because about a month ago is when you started talking to us about what you wanted to do or so. And I think it's really nice that you're doing that, and there's good people that are going to make it perfect. And if there's any of us that could be part of that, I'm not sure we should be, or whatever we shouldn't, or can, or whatever it is. But maybe sometimes have the opportunity to meet that group of people that may be close to where we live and see what is going through with it, if we could listen to that too. I don't know if that's possible. Regardless of that is, I just think it's coming in real well. And, Mike, I think you're doing a great job on that.
Well, thank you. And I would invite your participation on all through it. I think it'd be great to provide education for everybody involved to see what's going on the landscape and what our needs are.
Yeah, agreed. I too want to participate where I can. And I think that, since we're using the CAB process, we can attend those meetings if they're convenient for us to go and listen, because I think it's important. I mean, the commissioners that have agreed to sit on this, they've got a big task. The whole committee has a big task. Everybody does. But I think it's really important that we all understand where everyone's coming from. So Deputy Director Rob, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jack Robb for the record. Mike did bring up the participation with the CABs and limiting the number of CAB members. That is not something that we want to do by design, but that's something that is built into law. When you have a committee that is not the whole, if we went to 3 CAB members on there, that would be a voting quorum of a CAB, and then we would fall in violation of other laws. So we sincerely want to work through the CAB process, work with the CAB members, but we want to get a wide representation, landowners, sportsmen, industry, other people involved in this process that might not sit on the CABs. So I see this as working in conjunction with the CABs. It is recognized in the past that the department has tried some town hall meetings and that didn't always sit well with the CABs. That is not what this is intended to do. We want to do as well as we can working with the CABs and involve them in the process as much as we can. And once these teams come with their recommendations and bring them to the steering committee, the CABs will be able to bring in their ideas at the same time. So it's something we're going to work in conjunction with all kinds of different stakeholders to get the best result for everybody.
Okay. Any other comments, thoughts? No. I just want to thank everyone again for agreeing to sit on this committee, and it was really fun to call everyone and make that request, and especially the people outside the commission, because they were just kind of waiting for something like this to come, and that made me really feel good about what we're doing. So, all right, with that, we're going to take a break because we have another big agenda item coming up next. So it's 1:34. Why don't we reconvene? Let's take about 15 minutes, and so come back at, was that 1:50? I'm not very good at math. Why don't we come back at 1:50? Thanks, everybody. Okay, if I could ask everyone to come back, it's 1:50. Oh, you can't see me. Okay. Do we have everyone we need?
Chairwoman East, our appellant
Yes.
is not in attendance. He was, when our meeting first began at 9 o'clock this morning. I also just recently called him to no answer, but I stated when we were going to reconvene and that the appeal was up next, but I have not heard since then.
Okay. Well, I suppose we could give him a few minutes and then if we don't see him, what would be
Chairwoman
our,
East, can I give
yes,
you some direction or some,
please.
the department's position on it? Yeah, so Nevada Administrative Code 501.179 provides that if an appellant fails to appear at a hearing after receiving adequate notice of the hearing, and the appellant does not show good cause for the failure to appear at the hearing, the commission may dismiss the appeal with prejudice. My understanding is that the department gave him notice, and I understand through Megan that they had a discussion, I believe, yesterday and this morning about this appeal, that he was advised how to get and access the Zoom, and he was additionally appeared at some point during the day today for part of the hearing. And again, I just want to put on the record that we just tried to reach him to secure his attendance or appearance, and we haven't had any success. So I'm fine with giving a continuance, but if a continuance, or I'm sorry, not a continuance, but waiting for him to show up. But if he doesn't show up in the next few minutes, I would request a dismissal of the appeal.
Okay, and that, Mr. Burkett, that means that the suspension is held, it's holds and
upheld, yeah. So
will be upheld.
he
Okay.
received the suspension of basically 6 months from the date of his conviction to the end of the year, as I understand it. So the commission would uphold his suspension for the remainder of the year.
Okay. All right. Well, it's 1:53, and I think we give him a couple more minutes, and then if he doesn't appear, obviously he was interested in appearing if he was on earlier this morning. Are you asking to speak, Deputy Director Rob? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jack Robb for the record. The appellant did call this morning, and there's some confusion on when his suspension concludes. And I just heard what Deputy Attorney General Burkett said on when that concludes, but with NDOW law enforcement staff on the line and two attorney generals, I'd like to get on the record when his suspension does conclude, so it is definitely defined, if that would help out the department.
And that would,
okay.
This is Deputy Attorney General Burkett. Captain Eller is going to be able to respond to that.
Okay. Captain Eller.
Yes, Commissioner, Madam Commissioner East and Commission. Our suspension went from, I started it on July 10th in 2020, and it goes through the end of the year to December 31st of 2020. That's what I told him in the letter.
Right.
So his suspension will end December 31st, 2020.
Right. Okay. And that's my understanding as well, based on the documentation that we have.
There was some confusion with the appellant. I just wanted that, if we have that on the record, that helps us out.
Mhm.
Because that would be the decision you're making, so.
Of course, yes, I agree. So Megan, no word from Mr. Johnson?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner McNitch.
Would it be out of line for us to go to agenda item number 12 and come back to this item? And if we haven't had contact from the appellant by then we can just move to take action and go from there? Or is that out of line? Or
This is Deputy Attorney General Burkett. Can I speak to that?
Yes.
I would be fine with that. I think we want to give him as much opportunity as we can give him to appear and have his appeal heard. So I would be fine with that.
Okay.
This is Deputy Attorney General Peter Handy. As you're all well aware, the board may take agenda items out of order, and this would be compliant with that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Handy. Okay, so we'll move forward to agenda item number 12, future commission meetings and commission committee assignments, Secretary Tony Wasley and Chairwoman East for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for November 6 and 7, 2020 in Reno. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the time and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments as necessary at this meeting. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comment will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. I believe you all received a copy of the new committee assignments, and in working with the department on this, I tried really hard not to burden anyone with too much. If you're on a fairly large committee, I tried not to put you on another fairly active large committee. There may be a change to the tag allocation and application hunt committee, but we'll get there when that committee meets again. And I know that, you know, some of us will be going off committees and on other ones, and I was trying to just spread the love. So if you have any concerns or questions about committee assignments, just please let me know and we'll address those at that time. Director Wasley, do you have anything, since we're taking agenda item number 12 out of order?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I do. The standard items for that November meeting include the falconry seasons and quotas. And it also includes a non-commercial collection of for live reptiles, quota, seasons and limits for live unprotected reptiles. We also have the predator management status report. And then we have a wildlife trust fund report, which is just the annual report on the status and expenditures, the balance there. We also wanted to do the second workshops for CGR 494 for Chapter 501 and CGR 495 for Chapter 502. Do a second workshop for those, and then a first workshop for CGR 496 covering NAC 503. The last item that I have, two items. I have two more items. One, I heard Game Division Administrator Mike Scott reference a desire to keep the mule deer enhancement effort on the front burner and have that as a standing agenda item. So we could certainly, at your will, Madam Chair, include that as part of the agenda. And we have an application hunt draw report also for that November meeting. And I think that concludes my list of agenda items.
Okay, well, because this is an action item, we need to take it out to public comment. And it's
Madam-
2 o'clock. Yes,
Madam Chair, before you do,
yes. Oh, sorry.
the Washoe County Cab, when they, they brought up a really, what I think is a really important point regarding these, the homeless encampments along the river. Those of us who live up here and drive around town, we know how bad it is. And I can tell you from personal experience, I am not surprised that some of these folks that are trying to utilize that river for fishing and recreation are running into issues. I think it's worth talking about. I think it's worth having a conversation. I think it's worth considering a letter to the respective city councils or mayors or whoever, letting them know that we have concerns with these things. I'm not without empathy for the situation, but there's a lot of instances where there's just we have fires burning down habitat. We have people chopping trees down to make houses along the river. I can see several of them on my way down the street. I can tell you that the access that these folks are talking about, in some respects, it's just occupied areas. People are just there, and it's not comfortable to go sit in front of these encampments and fish. And in other cases, I can tell you there's just there's just outright hostility. I mean, people are run off, and I can tell you the waste issue. I've experienced it personally. I know that there are human waste, and it's not just in the bushes along the river. It's on the sidewalks. It's on the trails. We're talking syringes, garbage. It is a bad situation. And I'm trying to avoid getting into the whole, personal thoughts on the situation, but I do think it's worth a conversation at our, in a real near meeting. There are things that have been done that these folks can take advantage of, make their situation better. A lot of them choose not to. They've got to, being at these homeless encampments. I mean, it's a very difficult situation. You've got COVID out there. You've got their situations already, but I think it's worth a conversation. We do have constituents, and we do have habitat issues, and I think it's worth having a talk about it.
Okay, and you know what? Thank you, Commissioner McNinch, for bringing that up, because I agree with you. It was something I was going to ask about. I was a little bit flustered with the change in agenda here, but I too was going to ask Director Wasley to maybe bring this back to the next agenda item. I know the city of Reno has just made some plans for another homeless shelter or a different situation, and hoping that some of this may change for us. But if maybe we could chat about that next meeting, Director Wasley, and whether or not you're working with the city of Reno to address the issue for anglers, or what we need to do.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I might, we can certainly have some conversations. And I know under Governor Sandoval and with Department of Public Safety, this isn't the first time some of these issues have been raised, either as a public safety issue on the highways, and when people establish encampments under the overpasses, or in some ways, I think this issue carries a lot more weight if it remains in a public health and public safety arena than it does being introduced in the conversation about impeding our ability to recreate. And so I think the conversations need to be had with the health department and with the public safety in ways that elevate the concerns that Commissioner McNinch mentioned, with human waste and needles and and other things. And the pandemic only complicates it because of the number of people who find themselves homeless. You know, the issues of mental illness compounding it. It's a big societal challenge right now, no doubt. So we'll have some of those conversations and be prepared to provide at least an update on how some of those conversations went.
Okay, great. Commissioner Hubbs?
I wanted to just go over the jurisdiction too, in terms of us trying to work with some of the issues that were addressed by the Washoe CAB. How much jurisdiction does NDOW have on the waterway itself? And is there a boundary that we need to be aware of just preliminarily, so we can understand the issues we might be able to address and how far out from the river that actually goes?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I might, I struggle, and maybe Dag Burkett can provide some assistance, but I struggle to see where we as a state wildlife agency have much jurisdiction. We have a public safety jurisdiction, a lot of the water quality jurisdiction. Some of those issues are going to be with the health department. Some of those are going to fall under the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. A lot of those public safety issues are outside of our chapters as well. So that's part of the challenge too, is staying in our lane, but trying to create an opportunity for some of our sportsmen and women, and doing it while we're being true to our statutory authorities. But I don't know, Craig, do you have some additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, when I read the comments of the Washoe CAB, but I think there's a lot of sympathy for the situation, but you've got to understand that NDOW has limited capabilities legally to deal with these types of things. That's Reno City ordinance issues, that's Washoe County ordinance issues. Those are enforcement actions for those entities. I don't know that the department has much that it can do to remedy the scenario we're talking about.
Agreed.
I was just going to interject, Chairwoman East, and I apologize. I'm just trying to have the meeting go to fruition. But so my issue is, I think from what I remember, that the NDOW wardens and things of that nature, they have like a general jurisdiction on waterways, and then they obviously enforce all of our NDOW codes and NRS and such that relates to wildlife. So I don't know how they would address, I'm just going off my own, like human waste and encampments and things like that. And I just didn't know if we could even begin to go there. So I guess, I don't know if we should just get a preliminary idea of what we can do to make things safer there, and then just address the issues that we can and make sure that we're doing all we can, I guess.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, with that, because this is an action item, there's no other discussion. We'll take this out for public comment, and we'll give it till 2:12, and we'll come back. Okay, it's 2:12. And we have no public comment on agenda item 12. So I don't believe we need to take a vote on this, correct, Dag Burkett?
Correct.
Okay, great. All right. So we're going to go back to agenda item 11, which is the license appeal for Mr. Garrett Johnson.
He is still not in attendance and I have not had any communication with him.
Okay, and we've given him ample time, in my opinion, to show himself or present himself. So,
Can I be heard for a second?
yes, please.
I just wanted to clarify that if a motion is made, the department would ask that the motion be made to dismiss the appeal with prejudice, which means that he's lost the right to appeal this issue down the road. That's part of the statute, the code section at 501.179. And that's just something that the department would like to urge the commission to consider.
Okay. Okay, so in that case, do I have a motion to dismiss?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner McNitt?
I'll take a
Yes.
shot at it.
Okay, thank you.
Pursuant to NAC 501.179, I would make a motion to dismiss with prejudice Mr. Garrett Johnson's suspension appeal for failure to appear. Mr. Johnson has not provided evidence that the department did not provide adequate notice of the hearing, nor did he show good cause for failing to appear.
Okay, do I have a second to Commissioner McNinch's?
I second that with just an adjustment that his suspension should run, I believe it was July 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. And so if Commissioner McNinch would just add that, I believe that Deputy Director Rod wanted to have those dates, maybe add it to his motion and just amend it and move forward.
I would incorporate that as a friendly amendment into my motion.
I would second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Hubbs to dismiss with prejudice pursuant to 501.179, the suspension for appeal for failure to appear by Mr. Garrett Johnson, with a suspension holding from July 1, 2020 through December 31, 2020. All those in favor say aye. Aye, or raise your hand. Okay, looks like we are unanimous. Thank you very much. And for those of you who don't know, Mr. Peter Handy is on with us as well. He is our representative today, as Dag Burkett is the representative for the department. So as long as our representative, Mr. Handy, is good with what we've just done, I think we can move on. Yes?
Yeah, it's all fine with me.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure we didn't forget to do anything. Super. Okay. With that, we have public comment period, agenda item number 13. Persons wishing to speak are requested to complete a speaker's card and present it to the recording secretary. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. A recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comment will be shared with the commission. So it's 2:16. We'll give it to 2:20 and we'll come back for the last of our meeting.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? Is it okay if I ask a question for you or no? Can't do it?
I believe we are live. So if it pertains to business, I don't know that we should.
No, I just was curious about something with the AG, that's all. So if Greg is there.
I'm here. As long as it's
I don't
unrelated.
think it's anything I want to talk about this thing, but I would like to have, if it's all right with you, Greg, is to have a telephone number that I have a couple questions I'd like to talk to you about.
Absolutely.
Let me get the right piece of paper here. All right, sir.
I don't know if I want to give this out over the internet. I'm a little concerned.
Okay, don't do that then. I'll have to
You know what? I have your number. I'll call you and I'll give you my number.
Okay, do you want me to give it to you? I will.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
775-721-3346.
Perfect. I'll call you right after this.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. It's 2:20, so we'll bring the meeting back, and we have no public comment. So with that, we are adjourned, and I will see you all some way, shape, or form in November. Thank you all very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Good job, Madam Chair.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
Care.